cabeça dele. No pezinho!
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 11. Today is the start of week number 3. There's only 4 weeks in this competition for the fall season, and we're getting close to the end. Competitors are loaded up in Sao Paulo, Brazil. They've had their fun over the last 2 days, enjoying themselves, relaxing, maybe talking strats, but today it's time to get back to work. And we've got a PUBG Mobile Beetle in there. It's actually really cool. I don't know if the competitors win that or who walks off with that, but I would love to walk off with that myself. But granted, I don't make that much. It is what it is. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, so joined by Spider Tip and Mustache Dave. Today, it's going to be a great day. And Tip, it's great to have you back in.
Be here alongside of y'all. Of course, we were supposed to be here last week. Unfortunately, we had some inclement weather, but you know what? What better way to kick things off in week number 3?
Yeah, man, I'm glad everything's going all right over there. I was talking to my grandparents. I still need to give my grandparents a call, but I know they lost power for a little bit. Those hurricanes, man, they were ripping through.
Oh.
Dave, what? Great to see you. What's
the
up?
number, man? I'll give him a call right after this show, all right? I'll
Hey,
check
yo, you
on
settled
your
up.
grandparents, man. Doing good. Looking forward to this week. Looking forward to today. And, yeah, PUBG Mobile Buggy. Who knew? Who knew?
Who knew, man? I didn't know. It wasn't there before. Now it's there all of a sudden. It just kind of rolled up in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's going to be a great day. Today, no double points. If you're just joining us, we have this double points, right, that runs Thursday through Sunday. Today, though, it's all normal. Everybody is going to be earning at the same rate, albeit granted how they perform, right? That's what it's all based off on. And you're still going to have your winner chicken dinner bonuses. You're still going to have your 1 point per elimination. But today is all about maintaining, but also gaining. I think this is a great day, great opportunity for you as a team to gain on other rosters when maybe your bonus point days haven't gone all that well. And speaking of going well, over day number 10, or really throughout the entirety of last week, there were 2 North American rosters that were battling it out to try to end up at the top, and that was NRG Galaxy and X Factor. Both of these rosters, Dave, had tremendous performances. X Factor at the start of the week, NRG towards the end.
Yes, sir. X Factor. We're looking at Havlik, currently number 11 on the overall most eliminations done in the tournament, sitting at 74 with around 17 damage done. Havlik's been popping off, right? And when we're looking at NRG, you got 24K and Fate sitting with 66 eliminations apiece, roughly around the 15th and 16th spot on the overall elimination leaders in the lobby. So NRG, they got the gunpowder, they got the survival skills, but X Factor, they got Havlik. So definitely got to keep an eye on both these squads. Tough call though for me personally. If I had to pick which one's the better NA team, I think week 3 we'll be able to figure that out and get the answer for that.
Have our answer, right, Tip? We look at the head-to-head, and it is very close between these two, which makes sense. They both kind of rose up at the same time.
Yeah, overall, it is really close in terms of these stats. But when you look back to week number 1, X Factor, they acquired 203 points of their total. In week number 1 for NRG Galaxy, it was 163. But the difference maker came to me last week because NRG, they went massive 259 points achieved throughout that week, which was on par with a lot of our teams that have already found themselves in the top 5. When you look at week number 2 for X Factor, it was very much the same performance for them, but it actually trended downwards. So that allowed NRG Galaxy to kind of shore some things up. And if they can carry off that momentum from last week, I think this is going to be a really solid week for them in terms of NA.
Yeah, very well said, right? They started to kind of trend downwards. That was X Factor, and it makes sense because NRG ended up overtaking them in the standings. Now, one thing, though, I will say about NRG Galaxy, Dave, it's great to see them rise up because at one point they were very low on the second page. We were questioning, is this roster, despite star-studded players on it, are they going to be able to even, I don't know, make a halfway decent effort right at the top? And, well, that question was answered at the end of last week where NRG Galaxy made this incredible run forward, passing up X Factor. I got to be honest with you, Dave, I didn't expect that to happen.
Hey, it's only a matter of time, right? Week 1 is all about laying that foundation. That's what we were talking about. Week 2 and week 3 is about bringing it all together. So looking at NRG, they have 2 total chicken dinners and X Factor with 4. So both those teams, they proved themselves. They know how to get that winner chicken dinner. And we saw last week, once when they got that win, their confidence levels just spiked and they come into the next couple matches just popping off, getting these eliminations. So they're doing okay. You know, they're a mid-pack team, 9th and 10th overall right now. So today, no bonus points. I think today is going to be a great day for both these squads to really get their bearings and set them up for success come week 3 this week.
Well, speaking of getting their bearings, right, what North American players managed to find their bearings throughout week number 2? We take a look at the elimination leaderboard, and Havlik is at the top there, Tiff, which is a big story about him. He replaces stars from the old and hyper roster. Now they form into X Factor. A lot of pressure and expectation on him as a player. He absolutely over-delivers and does incredibly well, but you got to also take note of 24K. This is his first LAN, Tiff, and he's currently 2nd.
Yeah, and that's really impressive, especially if you're going to put that much pressure on 2 different players from NA rosters that are looking to kind of step up to the plate in comparison to what we had witnessed during that spring season for our North American teams. We were kind of like, hey, come on, fall's got to be our time, right? We need to get something moving. But if this first LAN to come out already and have 66 eliminations, especially trending upwards in week number 2, and we're kind of at that halfway mark. If you're coming online, this is exactly when you need to do it, because you don't want to wait until that final week. And we talked about this. No double points today. It's all about potentially maintaining. But if you've got 80 points outside that top 5, I feel like these are grounds to make moves.
Without a doubt, today is the day to make up some ground and set yourself up nicely going into your bonus points. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with NRG's J7 after their end-of-day performance on Sunday. Let's hear what J7 had to say.
Well, guys, the day is over. The week is over. A long week. Here we are with Coach J7. Coach, talk to us about, first let's talk about the day, then let's talk about the week, because both were good for you guys. Let's start about the day.
You know, today was, we really had to capitalize today, obviously double points. So it's really good that, we're Group D, our double points is like the last day. So we improved a lot during the week and we really capitalized today. So it's really good.
Yeah, over the week you started to get some points. You were able to go up the table. You are now the best in a team. X Factor, they did not have a good week. We have to say it, but you guys did. So how important is that for you and towards your objectives?
We don't really think about stuff like that. Our mindset is still like every day, improving every day. We still have a lot of mistakes to fix, a long way to go. So, we're not really thinking about that, to be honest.
But with this sail on your wings, or this wing on your sails, things are going better and things are looking up. What are you hoping for next week?
Just the same mindset, I'm going from week 1 to week 2. We had that, we VOD every day, same thing. Nothing's gonna really change, I want them to still be confident in themselves, but that mindset of improving every single day is still the same.
One last thing, what's the player name? Fate. Okay. Fate has no longer been the sole IGL. Now he's sharing it with Spec, and it looks like things just clicked from there on. He always says that now I feel more free to play my game and do my thing. How crucial has that been for the improvement?
It's been very crucial, switching not only from Fate, being a free man, but Spec as IGL, he's really improved a lot as IGL. And just in terms of everyone individually, everyone is improving on their own role, and that's what's important.
All right, man, congratulations. I'm hopeful. That's the feeling that I get. I think people at home will feel the same. I'm hopeful with this team, with how you guys have been doing. So congratulations. Let's keep it up. Halfway done. We're only halfway done, so let's keep it going, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, there it is. J7 say we're not wanting to change anything up. I actually like that. Normally that's a default answer, but in this case, they're on the up and up. They've made great headway into top 5. I think continue to do what you're doing. They've already made some role changes, and it's paying off drastically. We look at the overall rankings. Team Liquid, of course, in first place. Tip Alpha7, though, made a lot of ground during their bonus points day on Sunday. Meanwhile, we look at Team Queso, Twist of Mind, Influence, Rage, rounding out the top 5.
Look, that's pretty solid. I mean, I've been away for just a little bit and I come back and it seems to be the same story, right? Now, a lot of teams that I've been keeping my eyes on, one in particular is that Influence Rage that you mentioned in that top 5 slot. However, they've been trending downward week after week, and coming into week number 3, you can't let it slip any further, especially with teams like Furia, Loops Esports kind of waking up in that second week. 281 points. I'm talking Loops went nuclear in week number 2 if we're trying to kind of go up the standings. So if I'm Influence Rage, we are locking it in right now before we have to like have our bonus points coming up next.
Telling you, I've been sounding the alarms for a lot of teams, but Influence Rage is one of them. Like you said, that downward trend, it's a real thing. They're slipping slowly but surely outside of the top 5. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for the bonus points, but if they don't perform, my goodness, Influence Rage could be in some serious trouble. We look at the second page, Dave, and well, obviously we talked about that battle between NRG and X Factor moving up 10th and 9th. Who else do we see?
Can I sound some alarms? Am I allowed to pull the
Please
fire
do.
alarm? I know that's your thing
alarm
around here, but well, listen, 60 games deep, all right? Inco and Intense game. It's time we get a winner chicken dinner. Just one. Let's get one chicken this week. And that's who I'm sounding my alarms in here today. Reflections and Spider Tiff.
All right, well, I mean, they are the 2 teams who have not yet got a win, right? So they need to definitely step it up. Come on, NA. You're the only 2 teams dragging. Can you step it up today? I think so. It's a fresh start. It's a fresh week. They had their fun over the past 2 days. Now they're coming in with a new mindset, and hopefully that new mindset is a winning mindset. Here it is, game number 1 to start off. Day number 11, week number 3. We're hopping into Erangel. Let's get it started. Spider Tip Dave, take it away.
Hey, I mean, Dave, you said it. You want those 2 teams to get a win. If we're kicking things off in Erangel, we play this map the most. It would be the most familiar for our rosters to be able to do that. But we immediately look at that plane line and we are just cutting it straight in half, northwest to southeast, for our teams that do like to get their boots on the ground first. Well, you know, same old, same old. But I don't really expect anything too crazy to occur. I would like some first-time dubs, but I'll just, you know, wait till you pull that fire alarm.
First-time dubs. It has to be today, you know, to kickstart week number 3. No bonus points, so everybody straight chilling today, just giving it their all and looking to really start week 3 on a high note. And I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be my first day watching the games, casting the games on a non-bonus points day. And one of like the reoccurring themes that Sour Patch was always able to ask these players with his interviews, by the way, shout out to him, is how does the bonus points, how does it affect them? You know, how does it affect their play style and their plan? And a lot of these teams, they do mention that it does play a factor in their play style for that particular day. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams, how they play when that pressure isn't on them, right, for the bonus point days. So it's a good week. It's a good day. And I'm looking forward to kickstarting this day with you and getting in some games.
Same. And I mean, look, if we're looking, just look at Team Liquid already. Week 1 top fragger, week 2 top fragger, best performing Team Liquid. I mean, it's just the nature of the game for them. They just lock it in. They know exactly what they need to do. And you can see already kicking things off in their favored drop spot, which we know and love. And then you start thinking about teams like Influence Rage that are also going to be hailing from the south. But the moment that circle initially pops to the north, teams like Alpha7 are going to be able to hit a rotation and just claim those spots that they need this early on.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they have been the most consistent team when it comes to being able to have the highest average points per day compared to all the other teams. Yeah, I mean, they are in first place for a reason. I believe 56 points to be exact between them and Alpha7 currently in second place. So Alpha7, they had a huge bonus points day when we saw them play last. So they definitely it caught up big time. 9 chickens too, by the way. So Alpha7 with the most chickens in the entire lobby, gonna be sitting in that second place. But going back to your point, yeah, Team Liquid, Military Base Island down here in the south, Influence Rage as well. Both those teams, I'm pretty confident they'll be able to rotate into circle number 1. No issues there. The Vicious looks like they're gonna be able to have Yesnaya to themselves. I know these last 2 weeks we kind of been seeing Yesnaya be split between 2 different squads, so the Vicious should be fairly happy with that. And we're looking at Zarky right now, Alpha7, the second place team in Zarky, straight big chillin'. So no action right off the rip. So all these squads are going to be able to hopefully get some safe loot and get the scooting. Some safe looting and scooting here in game number 1.
All right, cool. I mean, if we're going to live, if that's how I want to live my life, some safe looting and scooting. And if you got a vehicle, that makes things all that much easier for All Glory Gaming, still kind of just chilling out here. It's going to take a minute for our teams to kind of get where they want to be. But if you've got multiple vehicles and you're allowed to just hit that rotation relatively safely. Now, we're kind of combing up across this bridge throughout the north, but there's multiple teams that are going to be in a vicinity trying to maybe take that early poke damage in terms of Furia out there in the mix. Now, All Glory Gaming did just kind of thread the needle between Alpha7 and Furia.
Yeah, it looks like AGG, like you said, threading the needle. We saw some shots ringing out from Furia, not really connecting the mark. So AGG, they're going to continue to send it toward shooting range. And I did catch a glimpse, Carrillo from Alpha7 also in the area of shooting range. So we might see Alpha7 get into the action here with AGG on their early game rotates. Does look like Furia is going to be holding down this Q position. Very strong spot, especially in this circle, because there's a ton of sight lines and they are pretty much going to be counting on teams rotating across that bridge across the water by Mount Everest. So I definitely like the heads up play from Furia. That's the team that historically have been really passive in the early to mid game. So right here, just the fact that they are setting up this gatekeep position, to me, it's showing me that they're looking to be a little more proactive here this week and get some eliminations early on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if those two teams just decided to start fighting, and depending on where they're going to. Now, they don't really have to risk that just yet, but for Loops, we're still trying to decide where we want to get. We're just a few meters back behind where Furia had just left, but it looks like we're taking more of an angle towards that central area of the next circle, which a lot of teams have already situated themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of these teams collapse on each other, but more bridge rotates, more vehicle space, and we talked about it. AGG has McGrellan inside the building and decides to pop into the vehicle and maybe say, this isn't a fight that I'm willing to take right now.
Yeah, looks like Melgar able to hit the eject right in time. And that buggy should be able to group up with his squad mates in Severny. So Alpha7, they're going to be claiming this terrain for themselves. And AGG in Severny. Very fortunate for Melgar. Almost got called out right there by the squad of Alpha7. Definitely not a team that I would want to be in a 1v3 situation with. So you're going to be safe for the time being. And Blue Zone is now going to be closing in. Looks like Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Team Queso, those teams in the south are now on their move.
See, that's what I was curious about. I was like, I think you just kind of play your game, right? You just focus on the rotation, get yourself into a priority spot, which is kind of what we witnessed from a lot of our teams, that you don't really need to take those early engagements. Focus on getting into those better positions, especially if your drop spot POI is relatively close to where we're pulling for BIP Esports here. You've got Myth, Strap. We're kind of just located, vibing. You can hear the shots from afar, but this is one of those rosters on our current map that have so many teams surrounding them. Inco, you know, Team Queso coming in from the south. A lot of people might look towards this compound and be like, you know, I kind of want this space.
Yeah, these bottom teams, this is an important week for them, right? This is week number 3. We're officially kickstarting the halfway of the tournament. The tournament is 120 games in total, 20 days, right? And the goal here, top five make it to PMGC. So VIP, as of right now, 198 points behind that 5th place position. So that's a tall ask, but they still have 2 weeks to play. So hopefully these teams at the bottom, like we're looking at here, they really start strong here this week.
Well, a team that needs to start strong, especially Furia. I mean, we talked to all the teams that were kind of like thinking about where we were going to be, but this squad in particular is 40 points outside that top 5, which can be easily surpassed if you can just go in, have a solid performance today, and then when you think about it, you get into your double points day this week. You don't leave everything to chance for week 4. But Influence Rage, we talked about them down from the south on Erangel towards military base. They were going to be rotating in just ahead of Team Liquid, which I like this for them. They're still trying to get up north And we're going up the eastern side, which a lot of people actually didn't do so much. So there'll be relatively no issues here for them until they decide where they want to play from. But when you see that circle pop there, Dave, now we've got to go even further to the west.
Yeah, they should be able to have an easy way in using the Yasnaya bridge if they continue their rotation and hopefully get there before other teams that are already in the area, like Inco and VIP. You might even see Influence just go for the ultra wide wraparound, send it all the way to the coast up there in the north, where they can probably assume that nobody's going to be there. But the early rotation from AGG into Severny paying off. But look at this, Tiff. We got 2 squads, Twisted Minds and X Factor. Looks like they're getting into a little skirmish over here.
Look, a skirmish. I want to see it. You see Baton kind of crawling away, but you've got the building location. We're still trying to take some angles. Now, you talked about it. X Factor has already won 4 winner chicken dinners, but we already talked about them in comparison to NRG from NA. So this is going to be X Factor's first big engagement. I would love to see them take down Twisted Minds here, but if I'm Twisted Minds and I'm in 4th place and I want to keep it that way, we cannot go down this early on.
Looks like Federal tossing some grenades, has 2 more to work with. Rataboy, one of the top fraggers on the squad, is going to be on his knees and thirsted right there from FS. Obscure, 1 more grenade as well. Really trying to keep X Factor from crashing inside the warehouse to allow his squad mates to get that angle on the outskirts. But Havlik going to be sending it in the warehouse with the DBS here.
All right, well, sometimes you just gotta hide behind, especially if you already have 74 eliminations and you're just inching up that leaderboard. You've got the DBS, you grab Federal, and you know that you can just keep on moving. We just have to play around these crates, play around the vehicle, but the peak comes in. We're 30 HP. There goes the reload. You have to time the peak to perfection, and that is what you want to see if you're X Factor.
Holy cow, the third party from Influence Rage right now.
Not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see. Havlik is like, I'm out of here. Oh, not able to make it out alive right there. So Twisted Minds, they got eliminated. They had 2 eliminations, and X Factor eliminated right there with 4. X Factor, they are going to be on their double points day tomorrow. So X Factor, they're looking to really get it locked in here today. And I think looking at that team fight, obviously came out on top, so they should be feeling fairly confident, with their team fighting ability. It's just unlucky that another team took advantage of that situation.
Which is exactly what you would expect from a roster that is just hanging into that top 5 by a thread. You turn the attention over to Inco Gaming, and we're kind of spread out here doing some scouting. We have vehicles kind of situated, prepped, and ready to hit that move as soon as the final blue comes on in, and where do we decide to rotate from here. But where we are currently, we're surrounded by absolutely everyone. Thank goodness that Circle Sides is shore up towards the south. You keep your eyes on Furia. They're going to be the biggest threat to teams like NRG that are still trying to make their way in on the west.
Yeah, Furia, we're going to have to keep eyes on them. We know that they're a team, they like to hunker down and just stay safe and wait to that end zone and pop out with their numbers advantage. So we'll see what they end up doing. Team Queso, a little 2-2 split. They had 2 of their squad mates on the northern hillside of Roshawk. Then another 2 across the river. It looks like they're going to be grouping back up, playing as a 4-man. Going to be protecting Roshawk down in the south, as really all eyes are on the north right now. We got IG, AGG, and Influence who need to reposition.
IG, AGG, but I don't know why I
thought
you were about to start like singing, maybe come up with a rap or a cheer or something. It's like the PUBG mobile cheer. IG, no, we're not.
AGG.
I don't know why that just took me back to high school. I was never a cheerleader.
I got myself caught
Only
up
games.
in the
I was
moment.
there with you. I was just gonna catch the roller coaster ride. But back to team. Back to Team Liquid. Now, they've kind of situated themselves on that eastern side of the circle line. Now, if you want to decide to take a fight before you kind of make your way on in, have at it. You can drive on up to Influence Rage. You can kind of keep on moving. But for AGG, they actually haven't gotten themselves in that next circle yet. So I think they're going to get cut off on one of those collapses. It's just a matter of time before they kind of full send it. So keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, and talking about keeping your eyes on a squad, going back to our main storyline today with the North America squad. So NRG, we're looking at them, still alive. They came into this match 9th place, X Factor 10th place. So they had a little bit of a point gap between the two squads. But now with X Factor already eliminated, NRG could increase that this game. But it all starts with them trying to avoid the runover from 9Z.
Oh, okay. I mean, look, we're just taking shots out into an open field. Not sure how we didn't expect that repercussion to happen there, but you do able to get some knocks for that. Now Fate able to pick up the pieces that we kind of started on, but it's just unfortunate that you see 24K here get knocked, but we should be able to hit the res with ease. You've got the vehicle for cover. All is well. Plus, you've got a couple eliminations to go alongside it.
Yeah, I would have picked up the homie and brought him with me, but it's cool. We're going to pick him up out here in the blue, 24K, one of the top damage dealers for NRG with this squad mate, Fate leading the charge. So they're going to be right here on the edge of the play zone. And I believe only one 9Z enemy was able to survive there. So keep
Yikes.
tabs on that.
The one solo. Everything is on them.
Looking for revenge.
Oh, speaking of this, Alpha7 has kind of set their sights on the Influence Rage. They already picked up a knock on one. Grabs the full. That's going to be from Mafioso. He grabs that. But we'll keep tabs on them as they poke from a distance. As you can see, we're shifting just up towards the majority of the playable space ahead of the river line for Team Queso. They're going to have to cross that water. Team Liquid will have to move on in, which won't be too bad. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're ready to fight, but they like to take calculated risk engagements and just make sure that they're not going to get third party. But for NRG to already have 4 eliminations from that initial fight, hit that reset and kind of take down that, what is it, that southwestern side of things, they're going to be moving straight into loops, and that will be wild.
Yeah, loops already set up on the edge in a compound as well. So definitely going to be looking at NRG and how they make their way into this play zone. And going back to Team Liquid, they have Cardozo just straight up dead center. And the other 3 squad mates a little off center. So really interesting split here from Team Liquid in game number 1. Oh, and it does look like the trio down here might have gotten caught between multiple squads. Yeah, you got the Navy Seals, you got Inco, and the Vicious. So they're just going to be playing it as is for the time being. And can't complain. Both sides of the split, they're in the zone. Cardozo, though, on this burning buggy, just hoping nobody looks over here, honestly.
It's like, hey, I'm over here. Just please ignore me.
You guys do you. And when you can, maybe come over here and protect me. But
hey, they very well could. They very well could. Looks like NRG may have had some players get dropped, so that's kind of unfortunate. We highlighted they were going to have some scuffles on their rotation in, whether it's from Team Queso or Loops or even both. If you rotate in between 2, of course, what they're going to do is try to absolutely take you down, prevent you from making that play on in. Spec still has a vehicle, but for 24K, trying to find some cover, gets knocked from afar, and that's just going to be unfortunate, especially if you just kind of have this mountainside and you're like, hey, guys, let's reunite. We've seen a little bit of life alert. All is well. Maybe Spec can make a heroic play, but I see some fools come through.
Yeah, and what's making this even more challenging for NRG is this hillside to the south. Team Queso, they were holding it down and they had sight lines on this one. So NRG, they just got bombarded from multiple angles right there. And we see they are down to just Spec driving off into the sunset with 2 Loops members right behind them. Okay, they're going to be pulling off. They're getting a little too thirsty right there. Spec, the only NRG member to continue to survive. And talking about traffic jams, back to the AGG-IG rap battle. We got them up here on the edge with Furia overlooking this. We got 3 squads here, Tiff, fighting for this very small sliver of the circle.
Yeah, that's going to be really unfortunate, but if I'm Alpha7 and I'm already in the north, I've taken the majority of the space. If I see this entire fight breaking out, I'm going to start taking pokes at it, but right now they're fending off some other teams like Influence, Rage, and Adrian just focuses on the reposition behind the buggy, and Melgar here has a tree for cover, and we just have to play around it, but if you've got a DBS and we're already having some chaos throwdown on that southern side, you can look at Loops and Team Queso. NRG has actually leapfrogged around them on the rotation, but when you're a solo, you just have to have minimal presence. But you can see that collapse that we're talking about on that northwestern side. Furia is at the southern side of it. So if they can maintain that full collapse on the team in the center, you know what's going to happen, but a shoddy will make things a heck of a lot easier for All Glory Gaming.
Wow, yeah, Furia trying to be proactive here this week. They're going to be sending it, trying to get the fight. They were able to get a knock, but they lost one of their squad mates in the process. Poppy Sour and Remix trying to get some runovers over here. They're cooking in the kitchen, but IG, we're going to be looking at this fight because IG, they're on the outskirts looking at third party this one, but Furia, Kowski with the DBS jump shot, trying to take out Melgar. Finally, his squad mate able to connect, but Riva still alive for AGG.
Oh, but for Furia, we're going to take the fight straight to them. Into the building we go. Melgar down and out, and a DBS battle towards the outside, but I wasn't expecting Rivas to turn that around, and Furia has been eliminated with only 2 eliminations. Ideally as well, Vicious falls with 3, but the bites are not done. You can see here that IG is making a play. They want that third party, and that timing is impeccable.
Rivas, 2 eliminations, has the shotgun. Oh, got pieced up right there. Almost was able to get another knock, but now they know exactly where Rivas is. Yep, a grenade should do it. So interestingly enough, Furia, they were in this building. They pushed down their vehicles. They lost one and then doubled back to the building. Really, their game plan just collapsing in front of them. But over here, VIP in a fight in the south with the Navy SEALs.
Yep, they definitely are, and it seems that we're kind of spread out here. Got 2 anchoring from the buildings behind. We have 1 on this vehicle here, looking for maybe that mid to close range battle. We got Spec over there, the lone solo, just playing small, trying to survive and grab as many placement points as we can accrue. For the Navy SEALs here, I love our positioning. You've got the smoke, you've expended it, but we're still pretty open, but you want to get towards where Strap is. They're already focused on Loops Esports, but if you're not careful, the next thing you know, you find yourself in a sandwich situation.
Wow, nice replay right there. So that was in the south. That was Team Queso and Loops, 2 really aggressive squads, and it does look like Loops were able to get the better half of Team Queso. Loops still going to be alive on the edge, but right now overlooking the Navy SEALs and their little split with VIP in the foothills. So they're going to keep tabs on Loops, though, downrange. They might have an angle to possibly third-party VIP if this circle continues to go north.
Patience and just looking for information, trying to scout. You can see there's going to be so many players on the other side of that. VIP, though, only on 1 elimination, and elsewhere, Alpha7 is just holding the entirety of the north, depending on where this play zone decides to maneuver towards. All of our teams are going to have to hit that rotation. We do know that Team Liquid is down to a solo as well, which kind of unfortunate, but you've got a decent position, so you should be okay depending on where this thing decides to move on towards. But with Alpha7 having half of the next play zone, it seems like this game is just meant for them.
Yeah, this is looking like an Alpha7 winner chicken dinner. I said they have 9. They're looking to get 10 right now. They're going to be locking down the north. They got 3 eliminations. IG right down in the distance, but Alpha7 have this whole hillside to work with. They know their backside is clear, so they're going to have a lot of room to really maneuver over here and look to get these picks.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to take a winner win a chicken dinner, you might as well do it with a ton of eliminations already on 3. So a potential for 13 points here, not counting any of the extra eliminations that you would acquire throughout. But for Spec, how great would it be if for NRG Galaxy, if we can maybe third party something towards the end and take someone that wasn't expecting it, and you could just bump this up to 5 eliminations? Because look at Loops, right? They're sitting with 5 eliminations already, and they're situated 46 points outside of the top 5. So I love seeing that for them, considering Influence Rage has already fallen.
Yeah, Loops feeling good here. Rafina, the last one alive, trying to toss a grenade with the UMP, not able to get the final blow onto Spec. So Spec, NRG still out here representing North America come game number 1. Still going to be surviving and thriving out here on the edge. Meanwhile, the Navy SEALs, they're going to be taking shots at VIP, that fight that has been on the cusp of erupting for a hot minute now. But IG over here on the edge, currently getting bullied, Tiff, by Alpha7.
Look, Alpha7 had all the space. What they're going to do is they're going to make sure that Inco Gaming doesn't rotate up from the eastern side. They want to keep them in the south, gatekeeping everyone that's still moving on up. So their next threat that they have to worry about is going to be Intense Game. And if you're already looking at them, see, we knew Inco Gaming was already going to be proactively going for the Navy SEALs, still trying to rotate on up. And if you just keep that damage moving from Nenebete at that medium range, this is what we do. This is how you bolster those eliminations. But when you've got a rock for cover and you're just trying to say, you know, this is fine. You grab the fools, you start working on it, you take down Team Liquid, especially if you're at the top of the leaderboard for the overall standings coming into week 3. That's not how you want to kick things off.
Not just any rock, but the best rock on Erangel. So we'll see what they can accomplish on the edge right there with their DP, as it does look like the Navy SEALs, they're going to be getting somewhat separated right now. On the edge, Inco still alive. Inco, hold up. Remember, Inco, no chickens so far, Tiff. Inco are showing up here in the late game. 5 other teams still remain, but honestly, Alpha7, the final boss right now, in my opinion, in the way of Inco's first potential winner chicken dinner.
Well, Spec has fallen even after winning that 1v1 solo battle. Can't hit the rotate on in with that throughout Navy SEALs and IG. But for the remnants of our teams, we're down to the final 4. And the majority of all our teams are okay, except Intense Game just had 1 player get knocked. But these are the 2 we're talking about. Inco Gaming and Alpha7 there on the right. The majority of the playable space pulls towards Alpha7. But where that play zone shifts, it shifts to Inco.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here for IG and the Navy SEALs, because Alpha7, they're looking to flush them out right now on the edge before moving into the play zone. Alpha7, they have Mafioso holding this one down. Honestly, Inco, they're looking to get their first winner chicken dinner, but Alpha7, they're trying to get some eliminations right now. See some grenades, see some Molotovs getting tossed out. Ayuya almost getting that nice grenade right there. Missing the mark just a little bit. So Alpha7, they're going to have multiple enemies kind of overlooking them. Meanwhile, Inco, they have the whole hillside and the terrain to work with to survive here and really make it to this end game.
I mean, this is crazy. You got Navy SEALs, 1 player left standing, but 7 eliminations. Alpha7 has done over 2,000 damage for game number 1. And there we see the Navy SEALs fall into the final 3 we go. All 4 up from Alpha7 and Inco, but Intense Game is down to a trio. And, you know, it's crazy when you start to see things shift. Is how is Alpha7 going to take this push onto Inco Gaming when you have to deal with Intense Game first?
Oh, Guapo.
That's a way to kick it off.
Guapo getting blown up. Yuya in a buggy with 1 tire. Homie's going to be driving up here to the tree. A couple more bullets might be able to explode that buggy. Mafioso is just locked in right now with the mini 8 times. Yuya probably going to bleed out to the blue zone. Yep. Oh, no, actually connected on by Carrillo. So now we got 2 teams, Tiff.
2 teams. We talked about it. Alpha7 from the get-go. One of the easiest rotates in, and it just keeps pulling in their favor. But Inco Gaming, right? You talked about them. They don't have a win yet, and this could be their first one. To come this close, it would be a great opening. So keep your eyes. You got Revo here just going prone, trying to crawl on their way. Maybe take someone from a different angle, but Nenebete has already hung back from the south, and a very real possibility that could rip Revo right out of any chance that he thinks he has.
Yeah, Nenebete's off angle is going to be critical for the Inco win here. They don't know Nenebete is there, so when Alpha7 start to take the shots on, for example, on Wancho or inactive, Nenebete with that off angle might be able to catch them by surprise. The thing is, Alpha7, they're using this hillside to their advantage, and they're going to be eliminating those sightlines from Nenebete for the time being. So Alpha7, I am majorly concerned right now for Inco. We see at the top the winner chicken dinner prediction meter 50%. I don't know about that, Chief. I would put Alpha7 at like a 90%, but we'll see. We'll see. This is Inco's game to win here.
Just depends on what kind of stats you're going with. They either win it or they don't. Technically, someone's gonna win it.
I don't know about the coin flip here, but sure. Hey,
Yeah, like I'm not sure
math.
which way it's actually weighted, but for Inco Gaming, you're fighting for your first win. And then you've got Alpha7 fighting for their 10th win, starting off week number 3. You think about their last match day, they actually kicked off in game number 1, got 28 points from it, which is massive without any type of bonus points acquired. So you're looking at that and you're thinking, oh yeah, I can easily do that again. But patience, it's a virtue, right? Especially if you've got 4 eliminations here for Inco Gaming. Think of what that win could do for them. It's sitting in 13th place overall on the standings. We have a long way to go if we're trying to get into that top 5, and it would be the best way to kick things off.
Alpha7, they got McGrellan looking over there to the west, trying to keep tabs on any snakes that might be over here. Nenabete is one of these snakes. Evo also prone, trying to get away of the land here. So I want to say Inco, they definitely have more intel. They see the movement from Alpha7. Alpha7, they're probably trying still to pinpoint the exact locations of their opponents. They have a good indicator that inactive and Wancho over there, but don't know where everybody is yet. Next play zone, dead center. It closes here in a couple moments. It's going to come down to a straight up 4v4, and who can get the initial knocks here.
I think this is important, especially if you have 3 frag grenades. Maybe we lob some of those over straight into Alpha7, and it can change the pace. You get that opening damage. You already see Nenabete kind of cooking theirs, maybe waiting to invest it. Mafioso was waiting to full send one. I think that's how we're going to start opening it up. There goes one. Doesn't connect, just a bit short, but Carrillo is going to step forward, has that waiting to go, but Nenabete already cooking up another one.
Yeah, first one cooked a little too much, but Nenabete with some follow-up ones. Not the only one tossing the mini red zone. So all of Inco trying to use their utility, but McGrellan with the MG3, the squad wiper, letting it rip. Big grenades right there onto Mafioso. Another one. So Inco taking out 2 members right now of Alpha7.
Oh, but this is starting to look pretty good for them. And you can just imagine when you finally lock it in like that. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Holy, that's got to feel good.
The first win for the squad here. Game number 1, week 3. Let's go. Inco Gaming coming out on top. We were talking about them in the pre-show. We only had 2 teams in the entire tournament that has yet to taste the chicken dinner. That was Inco, an intense game. Inco clutching it out here. Game number 1, reflections.
Yeah, man, you challenged them, right? And they listened to Dave, and they said, we got to get a win, man. We're tired of being on the goose egg. That's a big win, too. It's not like they cruised, okay? They finish off with, 8 eliminations, so that is a big game coming. And they had the 1v1 Alpha7 in the end, a team that typically does very well because they get aggressive. They're not scared of anybody before them, so very proud of Inco for doing that. Now there's only one team who does not have a win yet, and that's going to be Intense Game, all the way down there at the bottom. We'll see if they can do it, but for now, though, Inco is huge. Now, Tiff, Havlik, he pulls off this big clutch. I was very proud of him for that. Granted, Influence Rage, they walk in, they end up taking him down. But I really do feel if Havlik is able to get away there, X Factor has a decent placing, even if it's just him.
Yeah, but I mean, we did have a couple of teams that were relegated down to a solo, just trying to acquire whatever points we could get. But if Havlik could get away, Influence Rage really didn't look like they were going to let that happen. They're just like, this is a fight that we can easily just swarm in on and pick up some eliminations. Now, granted, especially when you're already down some players there, you're not getting that full 4 that you would if you just wiped a squad out in the own right. But still, I mean, it's points. And if you're hanging in by just 42, you do what you got to do.
You do what you got to do, and that's exactly what Loops did, in my opinion. This is a great fight from them, but even though they lose it, they still managed, Dave, to secure a top 8 with 5 eliminations. Today is about maintaining for some, but for others, it's about growing, and Loops did better than Furia, right? Did better than other rosters who were ahead of them. So breaking into top 5 today is Loops' main goal, and in my opinion, 8th place, 5 eliminations is a good step forward.
By the way, Cardi right there in the replay blew the US up and blew himself up. I did not notice that, but Inco at the end really using their utility to just rain down that mini red zone. They were able to get 2 really nice knocks right there, and their teamwork and communication was on point. 8 eliminations going their way. reflections. Let me ask you though. We saw the in-game prediction meter. It was 50-50, the coin toss. I gotta ask you your real opinion. What would you have made that percentage at that point in the game?
For Alpha7 versus Inco?
Yeah. Was it
7.
really a 50% chance for Inco?
No.
Okay.
I don't
wasn't
think so.
crazy,
No.
right?
Yeah, you know, based off of stats, right, 4v4, okay, you can make the argument it is a 50-50, but no, Alpha7 for sure had the advantage. I thought they were going to win it. I really did. Inco Gaming had yet to get a winner chicken dinner, but more importantly, how many times have they been in a position to win a game? And really not many, if at all. So for me, I'm thinking Alpha7, they're going to wipe the floor of Inco Gaming. The reason why is not because Inco's a bad team, right? It's just Alpha7 in that position. They've been there before many times. They're going to capitalize. So I would say it's probably about a 70-30 in favor of Alpha7. But look, you know me. I'm no mathematician, okay? I don't have a Roth IRA. I just do my best to just throw out numbers. Second page, we look at Tiff and, well, Team Queso, AGG, The Vicious, Furia, a lot of good names on the back end who didn't perform as well during the first game.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Team Queso, I look at Influence Rage, two teams that are inside the top 5 that would definitely like to stay there. But of course, we look at it in the grand scheme of things. This is just one game out of 120, and there's no bonus points to be lost by any of these squads. So it's just kind of like, all right, cool. Maybe we made some small mistakes. Maybe our rotations didn't pan out. We can kind of shore things up and move on to the back half of our series for today.
All right, well, no moving pieces on the front page, Dave. To be expected, though, right? But again, it's about, you know, kind of getting as many points as you can to catch up to the likes of Furia, Influence Rage. Speaking of which, Loops is now 2 points away from Furia.
No Roth IRA, but you got a nice jacket collection, so I'll give you that.
And that is 100% true.
Hey, that's a fact, man. So I was
That's
sitting
a
on
fact.
that one. Yeah, Furia, they're going to be 42 points behind Influence Rage in that 5th place position. You talked about them Loops after that last game, able to climb up just a little bit. But the battle is still on between NRG and X Factor, as 7 Worlds would put it. Who's the best team in North America, right? And I really feel like this is the week that we are going to see one of those squads shoot up the leaderboard. Meanwhile, the other squad kind of remains in this position. That's what the candles are telling me this week.
Interesting.
Candles.
I'm already bringing up the candles. I know it's the beginning of the week. I know, but I am already talking about the candles, man. All
I'm
right?
happy with the candles. We got the candles for a reason. It's to help NA. You know, at least one of my wicks is to help NA. The other one is to help some random group that we just light the candle for. Okay, Tiff, you got a nice. Well, actually, I don't see the plant anymore in the.
What
backdrop.
happened to that poisonous plant you had? Yeah, I was
what
gonna
happened
ask
to
you.
that plant?
It's
There
there.
it is.
I was like, I can't really point at it. It's there, and I've got my weird candle. I'm not gonna light it, but yeah, it's got a little smiley face. I don't know why I didn't light my lamp. I was trying to set some ambiance. Maybe it would help. And
Light the lamp.
I don't know how.
I got a
I was gonna
big
say
lamp lit.
for the plant though, what
turn it
energy is it giving off? Right? Is it giving off an X Factor stays, you know, where they're at, or they improve, or NRG stays where they're at, or they improve?
It's a snake plant, so you tell me.
So hopefully, honestly, chop the plant up. Have both of them move up. Let's just do that, okay? NA all the way. NA on top. And throw Inco Gaming in there too, all right? Hey, game number 1 has concluded on Aaron and a big win. Their first win after 11 days is Inco Gaming. Does this set the trend for them to now start to come up for North America? NRG did it last week. So did X Factor. But hey, let's see what's going to happen on map number 2. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar coming your way.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 11. The start of week number 3. We've already had one great map on Erangel and Inco getting their first ever win. How many more can they achieve today? Last week was the week of pop-offs, whether it was X Factor, whether it was NRG, or even the Vicious. Everybody had their chance to shine. And actually, let me throw Loops in there too, because they had some phenomenal days. This week, it might be some more rosters. That's just following the trend of how the fall season has been unfolding. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joining, of course, with Spider Tiff and Mustache Dave. We're about to hop into Miramar map number 2. Exciting times, specifically for Inco, but more exciting time, I think, for Twisted Minds, a team, Spider Tiff, that has been making strides to redevelop who they are consistently, like most rosters have. And Twisted Minds have been doing a great job holding on to their positioning within the top 5. They go into a map that they typically do well on, and I'm hoping they do well on here to make the conversation interesting within that top 5. They did get last place in that last map, right? Losing to X Factor off the rip.
We're moving on to Miramar. It's map number 2. We don't have to worry about anything else. We can just focus, minimize those small mistakes and keep on trucking. We already know we're in 4th place on the overall standings. We have a bigger buffer than Influence Rage does. So at the end of the day, it's still week number 3. We're just on the cusp of getting there and securing that top 5.
All right, well, let's see if they can do so. Twisted Minds did secure a 3rd place on Miramar yesterday, map number 2, with 9 eliminations. It was a massive game for them. Maybe they follow the same here for day number 11. Let's find out. Spider Tiff, Dave, take it away.
Oh, thanks so much, Reflections. Let's absolutely crush this one. A different plane line here coming into Miramar. So we're going to be favoring that southern side. So for the teams that like to kick things off on the north, Dave, you know, they're going to have to really stretch it out. Teams like X Factor, Alpha7, NRG, unless they decide for Alpha7 to go for their primary drop, not the secondary drop. So they'll be totally fine, actually.
Yeah, stretch it out, especially like you mentioned, those teams going to the north here. And honestly, Inco, I'm still like kind of shocked, you know, winner, chicken dinner.
Really?
Good
Did you
for them.
actually set your fire alarm off?
Good for them. All right. I'm hoping that with that win, though, it is their first win. They had 8 eliminations, and it wasn't just any win. It wasn't like a win up against Furia or the Vicious. No, it was against Alpha7, one of the toughest teams. No, I'm not going to say one. They are the best team. They are the world champs. They are the world champs. So they just beat the world champs in a straight up 4v4 end game. That's huge. So I'm hoping with that newfound glory, they got some confidence, and they are just feeling it today, especially in this game. They should be pretty happy, right?
They should be 100%. Yes, they are happy. You say it. They beat the world champs in a straight battle towards the end. You get the win. Of course, it is just the best way to kick things off. If you know that you can secure that, you can take them down. Just focus on your positioning, what you know through, and then maybe you just let the frag grenades open it up. That's exactly what they did for that end game. So knowing what you need to have that success for end game, you just kind of have to focus on some things. Now, granted, for our teams, the play zone might not be in their favorable side here for our first game of the day on Miramar. But teams that might be enjoying this would be Twisted Minds. And I know Reflections kind of kicked that over me. He's like, look, you know, they went out really early on in game number 1. So maybe the PUBG Mobile decided to send them some best wishes here on Miramar.
It's like you fall down, you get a scrape on your knee. Like you and I are there to like give a Band-Aid. A Reflection is like, no, let's put some dirt in there first. Let's put some alcohol on it.
Salt in the wound.
A little salt on it, you know. Then here's Dave and Tiff with the Band-Aid. So yeah, Twisted Minds, they currently in 4th place, right? They have a 44 point lead between them and Furia in 6th place. So they have a little bit of a cushion, and it is nobody's double points day. But of course, you know, if you are in that top 5, you really want to focus up and maintain, and especially early game, take smart fights. You know, last game we saw them in a little skirmish with X Factor. Didn't go their way, right? So hopefully in the next 5 matches, they could be a little more selective on their early game fights. And their team, they don't really have to risk it. They just have to maintain, right? They got to maintain that consistency. When we're looking at teams that need to go for those riskier plays, it is a team like Inco, VIP, those teams at the bottom, right? So hopefully, Twisted Minds moving forward, play a little more safer, a little more safer, you know, a little more thought into their fights.
No, I 100% agree, especially like teams like Team Queso in third place on the overall standings. We're kind of nestled on in there, but you really, if you want to jump on up, you've got to break through 84 points, and that's to try to usurp Alpha7 on the overall standings. So I'm feeling comfy if I'm in third right now, especially when you think about your performance from game number 1 over there on Erangel, and it might not have been your best performance. Going out in 9th place with 2 eliminations, you had about 1,000 damage. So coming into Miramar, you're like, I really want to go ahead and write that. But I do hear that we did get a chance to sit down with Inco Gaming, and I would love to hear their thoughts, especially after that game 1 performance.
Winner, chicken dinner for Inco Gaming. That's the way you start a week. Inactive, congratulations. Tell me about that match.
Thank you. It was a great match, actually. We played really good. At the end, we had patience that I consider is the key that got us the win. And the best way to start the week.
Absolutely. What did you change from that last week to this one?
The patience. We were overplaying some situations that require us to play a little bit slower. And our coach saw those mistakes and helped us a little bit, and we just try to make it work.
Well, it's working out for now, right? I mean, it wasn't an easy fight at the end because on the other side you had Alpha7 and none other, right? So how does this work for your mentality now? Not only you got the win against, world champions, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. We just try at the end to not throw the game. Don't make any mistakes that could result in the loss of the game. And that was it. I think they did play good, but we did play better at the end.
Yes, you did. Let's go. Let's pick it up. Inco.
Oh, well, let's go. Always good to hear from Inco Gaming, especially if you're going to make changes week over week. And the big thing that you're working on being patience. And honestly, a lot of that really showed in that final match against Alpha7 with that fight, right? Kind of proning on up, focusing on the cross and deciding how do we want to break down Alpha7. But was there anything else you picked up from that one, Dave?
Homie's still in shock that they won the fight. It's like, oh, yeah, we won the fight. Totally. But I do appreciate that we got to hear that they're looking to slow it down this week, put a little more thought into their overall strategy. And if that's what they changed from weeks 1 and 2 to now, it's a clear indicator that it's actually working, right? You're going to come in, get your first win up against Alpha7. So hopefully this is the week of Inco on their climb here, Tiff.
Hey, it's just their world we're living in, as long as they don't throw the game. Honestly, if I'm in that position and that's the one thought that's going through my mind, do not throw this game. Absolutely no mistakes. Well, for X Factor, if you're trying to usurp and claim yourself to be the best for North America, you got to start thinking some of that themselves.
Love those interviews, by the way. Sal Patch with some great interviews. Always love to hear those insights from the players, especially when they're fresh. That was right after the match as well. So getting into this match,
adrenaline.
Yeah, it was a great interview. Alpha7, AGG, they're going to be out here in the blue once again. Team Liquid, they're going to be making their approach. We got a lot of teams that are looking to center up. We got Navy SEALs, similar to game 1, finding an early. Oh, he was shooting a bird in the tree right there. Navy SEALs looking to center up real early on compared to their game number 1, and it did play a factor when it came to getting some placement points for them. The only thing is, actually, no, I'll take it back. It worked really well because I'm looking at it now. They had 7 eliminations, so they got a really good placing, and they also took advantage and they were proactive and got a lot of eliminations. So Navy SEALs, another squad that little more activity, I'm going to say, from them this week. And they need it. We're looking at the overall leaderboard. They are dead last, right? So looking forward to these bottom teams to really make the come up here this week. And I think you were looking at the circle. Yeah.
You think I'm looking at that play zone, that pool? The initial one, we see that. We're like, okay, cool. You know, Twisted Minds, they're going to have a really nice play through this. And then we just completely shift towards the shoreline in the south. And you know that NRG Galaxy, this is their stomping grounds. They love taking control, especially on these like nooks and crannies that you can get in on the cliff sides of things. And if you've already gotten here early and teams like 9Z are trying to get in there, especially Influence Rage, Team Queso, Dead Center, and Furia, you know, keep your eyes on that, especially if you're going to be having drive-bys. Everyone's just trying to leapfrog ahead of one another. We're keeping our eyes on IG. You can see Team Liquid off into the distance, who really didn't have the strongest performance in game number 1, so they'd like to bounce back if possible. But with time being of the essence, where's Alpha7? We know they like to control the north, but we are going as far south as humanly possible.
Yeah, they're going to be taking the safe route on the coast. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they are just sending it. We saw moments ago they were taking shots at IG on the drive-by. Looks like they were trying to get these trenches in time, but the Vicious able to get here first. They're going to be popping out their vehicles and firing some shots towards Team Liquid to force them off of that approach. So a lot of teams right now just trying to find a safe spot to hunker down. We got Team Queso in those compounds. We've got Twisted Minds down there on the shoreline, NRG as well. So a lot of teams just really thankful right now to still be alive after such a challenging circle shift. I want to say this zone has 52% water in play, and that's on a Miramar, right? It's not the typical circles. So it is going to be a intense game moving forward, considering we still have all 16 teams still alive.
It's true, and you know I'm a big fan of some chaos, so this is right up my alley. Our first player has left the lobby. That's going to be Mythic, right? He was picked up by one of those members of IG. Then Team Queso starts to find a couple people here and there. We knew this was going to happen, considering all of our teams are still up, like you said, and with minimal actual space that's playable on land, I expect to see some people poking and prodding, especially this cross-the-road type of engagement. IG is just like, look, if we already know that we've picked up one from Team Liquid, maybe we can kind of grab another where they least expect it and then descend upon it.
That would be nice, but this is IG. They're not really known for that aggression here. So looks like they're going to be just hunkering down for the time being. And like you said, they're going to be thankful for that one elimination. All these players looking at their map right now. Next circle goes up. So Inco all the way over there on that west side on the shoreline. We might see them get into a conflict with NRG down there. Alpha7, you pointed out their rotation. 200 IQ at this point, honestly. They're going to be big chilling. But going back to these other squads still looking for a spot to call home. AGG, they didn't get the memo, Tiff. They are still out here in the blue.
You know, hey, you'll show up better late than never, but especially when the person that's going to be the biggest threat towards your rotation as you look to exit the blue, it's going to be Inco Gaming. You mentioned it, they were shook after that initial win on Alpha7. Well, now this fight should feel easier if you could be patient, if you could just focus on your angles and your positionings, but you're not necessarily all grouped up together. And AGG, well, they had vehicles, they're likely going to try to trend towards the north and keep on moving around them. This is that patience that they were talking about.
Yeah, looks like they weren't too patient. They already lost 2 right here, and well, it's going to be a challenge, especially with all 16 teams still alive, to survive as a duo. Still got some water in play. I would say maybe 10%. We got a lot more land come now. Alpha7 on the shoreline, Twisted Minds, big chillin'. So really just NRG, Inco, AGG, these squads out here not in the zone. We see them currently getting into conflicts over here.
The issue is it wasn't AGG that actually took out any of them, right? So okay, well, sure. Get a little personal. Close that gap. Just walk up, put a knife in their back. Sure. But it was actually NRG that was able to take down some of Inco Gaming's players, and it's kind of left them as this duo on the outside looking in. NRG Galaxy, they've already overextended outside of that next play zone to make sure we want to force Inco Gaming out towards the north. Well, they'll essentially have have to mirror teams like AGG on their rotation, and even 9Z.
9Z, they still have Urgod just in their vehicle here, waiting to see if they can get any intel on these squads making the push. So we'll keep tabs on those squads out there on the west side, as right now, Loops on the hilltops overlooking IG and their compound. So IG, they were continuing to take shots onto Team Liquid. If I'm not mistaken, they took out or knocked out a Team Liquid player. But look at this. Here comes Loops now with the collapse, Tiff.
I mean, if you're just going to finesse that frag right through the window, you're going to grab that initial knock, you pull the DBS straight on out, and you're like, this is how we do it. Guapo down as well. Loops just descending on in through the window. We get ripped out of it. And now Remix is like, we have to hold on. Do not allow them any angles. But it doesn't matter. We still have 2 down, 1 fooled, and it's all on the backs of Jayuya.
Cooking a grenade, getting ready to toss it. Here's the footsteps. Loops down below, getting ready to push up the stairs. But does look like both of the teams are going to be pumping the brakes, trying to get the reset. Talking about pumping the brakes, though, Cardoza and Chief across the road looking to make some moves over there. I see them reposition the vehicles, but Hayuya on fire, bolting out the window with the AKM right there. But Nino from Loops with the DBS to the back.
Intense game goes out here in fifth, like the most. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. I was gonna say they're the only team that hasn't gotten a win yet, and then they just fall here to Loops. 9Z, the next team to eventually fall with 0 eliminations. And now Loops, right? Especially with Team Liquid across the street, you hit a reset here, and maybe if they haven't rolled on out of that, you just waltz right into their positioning. This helps you get further into that play zone. You're gonna feel a bit more comfortable, especially where AGG has already set up from the back to hit that rotation and essentially mirror Loops.
Ooh, look at this big fight to the North America squads. The main talking point in our pre-show, 24K making the pull up with Casper, knocking on the door of X Factor. Whoa, buddy, what are we doing? 24K thinking the same thing right there as we get the confirmation. X Factor are just falling at the seams. They got FS downrange. Pretty much useless because Casper has sight lines, making sure FS can't group up. Meanwhile, Casper's squad mates trying to clear out these compounds.
Help! I've fallen. I can't get back up. 24K, pop on out. But Havlik, you know, just on looking to get inside the top 10 of eliminations, decides I'm going to enter the building. I don't care if I've only got 5 HP. I pop 24K. You want to crawl up the street? Nah, we're taking the full. I'm going to focus on the brief amounts of healing. And if you're NRG Galaxy, not what you want. But is this X Factor's day just to be third-partied like this? Capri's going to open it up with a knock on to VIP Esports. This should say, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't full send on this. Job's not done. Your timing's not right.
Casper, last one alive, trying to get the heal off. VIP on the outskirts, tossing some grenades, taking some shots, really trying to play spoiler right now. Havlik, though, putting his foot down, not appreciating the third party. It's going to be in the first story of the compound. Casper in the closet on the second story. Let's see, what can VIP Esports do here, Tiff?
Yeah, well, Energy, especially after the performance of week 2, can't get anything moving. We're still down to a solo, which is the exact same thing that happened in game number 1. But if I'm Caprice, I want to find that angle. I want to let something kind of just rip one apart. But you've got X Factor already retreating back up to the houses, because if you've got extra shots coming in from the cross, Furia from the hillside trying to get involved on this, and they've already got 4 eliminations for this map.
Yeah, really smart play to disengage. Beautiful placements of those smokes to pull back and not only get the hard cover, but also the high ground and avoid those grenades from Furia, who are trying to fourth party this. And look at this, Casper's not done. Casper still clocked in over here, the solo for NRG, trying to get some additional points on the board.
Hey, you know what? The back of NA right now is on Casper. If you want to keep on climbing up, keep that moving. We see the play zone. You see who's in it. Alpha7 from the north all the way down, controlling that space on the east. I'm still curious to see how this is going to go down, because you see the remnants of Team Queso out towards that northeastern side of our box here. They're going to be the team that's inside the play zone looking to gatekeep this fight. And if you kind of keep sending maybe 1 or 2 players, VIP Esports doesn't have a lot of time. We have to take this fight.
Yeah, without a doubt, Team Queso will definitely have the last lap. M2M in the buildings, pre-firing through the doorways right there, through the smokes, trying to clean up on aisle 5. There goes the X Factor down to just one more member. Havlik catching a couple slugs to the dome right there. That's got to be VIP Esports coming on top.
Look, we said it. They didn't have a lot of time. You have to clean it on up. But X Factor, we keep getting third-partied. I'm not loving it for y'all. I'm on your side. But for elsewhere, Team Queso, Furia, we knew this fight was going to happen, especially if you're trying to maneuver all around. But Milos from the angles. Can we pick up Silence?
Milos going for the fire, trying to pop those tires. Silence still going to be driving out there in the distance towards Team Liquid. We've been chilling for a hot minute, still with the duo alive in the zone. Team Queso, though, in a nice position to gatekeep a couple of these squads, making the rotate in. AGG going to be the next victims of Team Queso.
Ooh, okay, Big Mila, let's get it. Pick up some more eliminations. You're in third on the overall standings for a reason, and this is a great way to solidify your spot there. But it seems like a lot of teams just breaking out in chaos. Team Liquid, a duo still relatively central on the other side of this fight here. But they're just going to be saying, no, we want no part of this. I'm not extending on out. You got a rogue member of AGG just full sending. That's going to be Adrian. Maybe looking for some safety here. And now Chief Cardozo, we're just like, okay, don't stop here. Keep driving, my guy.
And Adrian is doing just that. The last one alive. Going to be able to hide behind that buggy as Kolgo, one of the best players in the lobby this season. This guy has been having one heck of a season so far. Week number 3, we got 3 eliminations so far. Looking pretty good. Team Queso, another squad who historically has been really consistent on Miramar. And it's going to show you they still got 4 up as we head towards the later half of this match. 11 teams to remain. Still going to be looking at Team Queso. Got the Vicious to the north. They have that one player from Furia who was able to sneak their way past them moments ago. Team Queso in a great spot to continue to get some eliminations right now.
Look, I'm keeping my eyes on Team Queso. You mentioned Kolgo. He's sitting at 94 eliminations thus far in the fall time. And we're about to break and be one of the first players to hit 100. And it very well could happen in this lobby. So keep your eyes on that play zone. Where is it maneuvering to? Team Queso doesn't have a lot of space here, but you've got that solo. You've already highlighted them from Furia. That's that threat. And the duo from Team Liquid, this is a very doable rotation. You just have to keep your eyes on Twisted Minds and maybe not let them space to extend on out as you rotate in.
Looks like Team Queso, the duo, looking to reposition. They hear those shots out there to the west, and they don't want to get caught between the crossfire between those solos and the Vicious and Team Queso. Next circle does pop. Team Queso, they need to reposition just ever so slightly. A lot of trenches, a lot of hillsides in this terrain, and provide some decent cover. Influence Rage with a 2-2 split in the zone. Alpha7 still, I haven't really mentioned them for a little bit now, is 0 eliminations, but they're still going to be in a really good spot on the east side, probably with bunch of utility, bunch of ammo, and a bunch of meds. Haven't been forced to get into any engagement similar to our teams over here on the west. So Alpha7 looking to have some solid placements here in match number 2. But they need to get past Influence Rage. We see a little boy on the hillside here with potential intel on their position downhill.
Yeah, I don't really hate their position, especially if we can clear out this side of the play zone for them. Alpha7 would be a big threat, especially if you're going to leave Mafioso up towards that north, kind of scouting some things out. We'll jump on board and kind of scope things out with them. But sure, you mentioned it. 0 eliminations here so far for game number 2. I'm not worried about it, right? Focus on that positioning. You still have plenty of available eliminations left in the lobby with 31 total players, including yourself, still up. But Loops, that's the team of this match here that is just really excelling on finding those. They're already sitting on 7 eliminations.
Wow, yeah, and with 4 up as well. As I say that, David in the elimination feed.
That's
yeah,
a curse.
The curse. Hopefully they'll be able to get the pick up. But the Vicious, this was a team really last week they had one heck of a day, and I think they got like 2 chicken dinners in one day with a ton of points on their double points day, and they really, they put on quite the show. But we haven't really seen much from them since we had Powerbang on the cast, kind of gassing them up. So the Vicious, they're going to be in a challenging position right now, but we do see them starting to turn up and get some eliminations.
Powerbang must have been their good luck charm. Well, for Team Queso, we've already lost out on Big Milo. This is what I was talking about. Twisted Minds actually ripped that player from them, but you also have Vicious looking down the sightlines at them as well. It's giving Twisted Minds that confidence to go ahead and extend on out from their southern side to put pressure on them. But now if you're getting a dose of that from other teams like Vicious in your neighboring vicinity, we have to focus on making sure we go in towards this end game with all members up. So Radaboy, that was the first matter of business we needed to attend to.
Ooh, going back to Loops, you were talking about them, 7 eliminations so far. Going to be pulling up with the whole squad alive. They found themselves a nice little dip to really maneuver around here and get within grenade range up against the Navy SEALs. Starting to see a lot of utility come out from Loops. Navy SEALs starting to flex out just a little bit. They are going to be hurting back there, trying to get the heals. The Loops trying everything in their power to make sure that the Navy SEALs cannot make it into the next play zone alive.
Ooh, Cook the frag and angle it right over the hill. So far, not going to do too much for them. Twisted Mind still wanting to take down Team Queso and is majorly trying to do that on the southern side of things, especially if you anchored that all off for the Navy SEALs. That frag does connect, and for Loops, we're just going to keep on throwing that. Let it close the work for us behind the vehicle. We've got to go ahead and see if that does it. I mean, look. We're doing damage to the vehicle. We're sticking the res. I don't know if we can cross this, especially if you've got the fire just in front of them. Say, here, take some of this. I am so sick of y'all putting pressure on us.
Ooh, Cardi popping up there at the last moment. Was able to get one knock, but immediately taken out by Loops. This teamwork, their game sense is just on point, but the Navy SEALs are still going to be alive over here in the north, just really making it such a challenge for Loops to take them out. And now Loops are also getting shot from behind, so they need to be cautious of how much they extend here when trying to get these eliminations onto the Navy SEALs.
It's a little bit of that patience, right? But you've already lost out on 2. We don't know if we can stick this res. This is risky, but honestly, out of sight, out of mind. No, you've got to win this fight. We don't, and that is so unfortunate for Loops. Down and out with 8 eliminations.
Navy SEALs still alive. Still alive. How long will they survive? We got Diego over here casually just pulling up, getting a elimination. I'll take that. One more Navy SEAL is going to be alive over there in the blue. Should be getting taken out any moment now. Yep, there they go. Navy SEALs, though, winning the fight, the defend up against Loops. They should be pretty happy with that. Loops should be happy as well. 8 eliminations going their way here in game number 2. Alpha7 still just hogging up the zone. Are we surprised?
Definitely not, considering this is the exact same thing we saw in match number 1. If you're Alpha7, that is the Titans of the lobby, the big threat that you're going to have to go up against. Inco Gaming was able to take them down in match number 1, and the only team that I would have said would have that chance would have been Twisted Minds. They had all 4 up, but now they definitely don't, and there goes Team Queso, despite having 10 eliminations, which is absolutely massive. I do think Colgoat probably got stifled before being able to clips triple digits on that eliminations for the overall, but you just got another match to do it in. Next one's the time.
Yeah, Colgoat, 7 of those 10 eliminations.
Wait. So. If my math is mathing, he did it.
Did it. Broke the 100.
That should give him 101. That is insane. Okay, Colgoat, I see you.
So that's why Colgoat was out there pushing like that. And Homie was trying to break the triple digits and was able to do so. So congrats to him here this game.
You love to see it, but for Alpha7, now they're starting to heat on up. Got 1 elimination. They have
know he's here in the
everyone
bush.
alive. They know we've got people. We've got a trio and a duo left standing, and we're already going to start working towards that duo of influence rage. Now you've just got to find little boy here in the bush, and Carrillo just needs a double on back, and you see Revo and Mafioso just kind of popping around, bouncing on the top of the hill. It's only a matter of time before they find.
They pre-fired the bush, and little boy was able to like dodge those bullets. So they
Little
don't know
Matrix
anybody's
action?
in the Listen, they don't know little boy's in this bush. If I'm Alpha 7, they're thinking, okay, we cleared the bush, we're good. Little boy's like, they don't know. They don't know I'm here. So let's see what little boy can do as a solo right smack between Alpha 7. So game 1, Inco beat Alpha 7. Can game 2, can little boy on this bush in Miramar beat Alpha 7?
Why is that like such a David versus Goliath and not in any real possibility that we can make that happen? Now, I was curious, what do our win percentages say? They're giving him 11%.
11%
A little boy in a bush is getting 10% now. Time is of the essence. It's ticking downward, especially with Twisted Minds hitting that rotation. You know, maybe they'll pre-fire the bush. Can he survive that?
Top 10 bush in PUBG Mobile. Gets you 10% for the win up against Alpha 7, the best team in the world. And look who's showing up. Reflections was talking about him. Twisted Minds. Look at the
I think we
focus.
just stay.
Oh, no!
Not
Rata
Rataboy. Not like this. He probably saw his ankles.
You get
Or
an
his whole
admin,
leg.
just
His
kick
entire
him from
body.
the lobby real quick. He just like, bloop, disappears.
That's okay. Just an easy elimination. I mean, look, you're going to need everything that you've got. You've gone, what is that, 6 eliminations, and now the final boss battle. You need to open it up with some frag grenades, but I'm looking at Federal right now, and I don't really see anything that he could use to cover that distance. You already have McGrellin from the opposing side cooking, letting those frags full send. Hopefully, we can dodge them. But our goal right now is just play small, crawl on up, be stealthy, get to the cover of the tree, maybe this bush. We know Alpha 7 can't hit their shots in bushes.
Yeah. Got the Tommy gun. Federal was able to make it to the bush. Obscure going to be popping the trap from behind, but immediately traded on. Federal, the last one alive in the smokes, popping up with the Tommy gun, strafing back and forth. But Alpha 7 coming out on top for a winner chicken dinner, game 2 Miramar.
Look, that is epic, considering you got second place in match number 1 on Aaron Gale. You lose to Inco Gaming. You're like, not again. We're moving on to Miramar. We're focusing on our rotation, controlling the large majority of that playable space in that play zone. You pick up 5 eliminations plus that winner chicken dinner, and you see it. They're happy. But they know that's not enough. But they did hit double digits, y'all. 10th win overall.
Although, even though Alpha 7 has 2 great games, you gotta believe me when I say I was going for the Bush Wookie the whole time, man. I was thinking to myself, yo, if Lil Boy can pull this off, that would be incredible. The fact that his percentage continued to go up was just pure comedy as far as I was concerned. But Alpha 7, they get it done. Second place in game number 1. First place. What's going on,
You have
Dave?
a jacket on, man?
You look
you
so
were wearing that
dapper.
earlier, were you?
No, I was not, because, hey, you want to roast me with my jacket collection, because I don't got a
I was
rock IRA.
complimenting you. I was
Okay.
complimenting your jacket collection.
Then hold on, let me
Roast.
bring it back.
You
Then look,
put it on for a little boy, didn't you? You were like, you know what? If I'm going to come in, I'm going to hype up my man in the bush. I'm coming in with a jacket.
My best jacket.
Distinguished, dapper, elegant.
Matter of fact, this is the jacket for NA. This is the jacket for North America to finish on top. Why do you think Eco won a little bit ago? I didn't have the jacket on then. Well, it's okay. We already proved
Take it
myself
off.
Yeah, you
Take
might
it
have to take
off.
that jacket
Take it
off,
off.
man.
They're going to start performing bad. Well, it'll be no different than where they've been. Okay, here we are.
Sheesh.
Game number 2 on Miramar. Big come up for Alpha 7. That's a tremendous win. And I tell you what, today, Dave, is the day to catch up to Team Liquid. And Alpha 7 says, we're going to make the most of it. We may not have double points, but they're starting to get into their true form. I know I've been critical of them, and I absolutely have. But now the narrative is starting to shift. They are starting to play very well, which, I hate to say it, Dave, you were right a couple weeks ago.
I hate to say it, this guy finally realizing what's happening over here. Alpha 7, the world champs for a reason. So Team Liquid, they have been extremely consistent this season so far. But when we're looking at Alpha7, their super points or their double points day the other day, they absolutely destroyed, and they're still kind of riding that high. They came into match number 1, 7 eliminations, game number 2, 5 with the winner chicken dinner, compared to Team Liquid, losing some on rotations both games. Game 1, 2 eliminations for Team Liquid. Game 2 that just happened, 3 eliminations. So Team Liquid, hey, you had a point lead, I believe, around like 40 something points. Do not let it slide. Do not let Alpha7 catch up to that, because once when they overpass you, there's not going to be any catching up, in my opinion.
Oh, bold claim, but honestly, like I said, Dave, you're right. Okay, I give you props. Alpha7 with the big win, 15 total points. Twisted Minds, though. Hey, Tiff, nice to see them step it up on map number 2. They go last place in map 1, map 2, second place, 12 points. Miramar, it just works for them.
It does, or maybe that hectic play zone that we were witnessing with all of the pulls. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, you know, as soon as Reflection's talking about it, look where everything starts to situate for. It's Twisted Minds. So when you have a pull that's in your favor and you can actually acquire north of double-digit points out of it, look, you did what you had to do, and now you just kind of lock it in and full send again. We're already in the top 5, so a performance like that is what is mission critical for teams outside the top 5. On the outside looking in between Loops, Esports, and Furia, well, Loops, they're on that top half. Furia, they only grabbed 5 points here, and they're starting to slip.
Starting to slip a little bit, right? So I would be a little bit concerned. Granted, not the worst of days. It's not their double points. If it was, I'd be really ringing the alarm bells, but for the most part, they're okay. But Loops, they will actually, excuse me, let's ring the alarm bells, okay, Dave? Loops does move up over Furia going into that game number 2. Loops was 2 points behind Furia, so no surprise they passed them up. They now lead by 2. It's still very close, but Loops continues this trend, and it's all upwards.
Yeah, Loops, they just have it together. Their team fights, they're being proactive, their rotations, it's all on point, compared to Furia, who the first 2 weeks, they were just hold down a compound, get some good placement points, and then show up in the late game and attempt to get the win. And it worked. It worked a lot of times. We see Furia with 7 winner chicken dinners, but there's still room for improvement, in my opinion. We saw game 1, Furia, they were in their compound, they were safe. They were trying something new. They pushed out to take a proactive fight, but it didn't go their way. So I got to give it to Furia for trying new things come week 3. Hopefully they don't stop, because if they go back to their week 1, week 2 kind of strategy, Loops is just going to continue to overtake them, because Loops, they are getting involved.
They are, and they might pass Influence Rage if they're not careful. That's still a big gap, especially not being on bonus points, but the opportunity is there, and I think teams are starting to realize we're this close to top 5. Let's just go all the way. Let's break into it and see how far we can continue to go up. First and second, we'll worry about that later, but breaking into top 5 is an absolute reality. NRG X Factor, everybody else on this page continues to stay where they are at. The biggest change is naturally Inco, right? They did get that one winner chicken dinner. That changes for team number 13. Still waiting for intense game to get their victory. I'd love to see everybody kind of join in on the participation award, right? That win 1 point for the, or it should be that one winner chicken dinner for each of the rosters. That'll be nice. One roster that we didn't really talk about, Tiff, was Team Queso. That's one of their biggest games we've seen from them in quite some time, despite them not finishing top 3. 10 eliminations, very respectable.
Very respectable indeed, and considering 7 of those were for Colgoat. And I know I highlighted at the beginning of match number 2, I was like, can he surpass triple digits? He had 94 coming into match number 2, and when I saw them fall early, I was like, man, he probably just missed it. And it seems like we broke that.
Yeah, Colgoat has been just on fire. I mean, he's been so consistent. He's been the elimination leader for as long as I can remember. And like you mentioned, 94. Can he hit 100? We were at this point last season with Revo, right? He was trying to hit 100, and it took forever for him to do it. I'm hoping Colgoat could just cruise past it and, I don't know, pick up another 6 or 7 eliminations in the next game. Always possible, and always possible. Hey, for you in chat, we appreciate you being here. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. Make sure you're using the hashtag PMSL Americas on social. And speaking of social, did you know you can get involved in more ways than one? You can join our official Discord server and share your opinion about PMSL Americas and get a chance to enter our core player program, okay? Click on the link, check us out, get involved, get the conversation going on that Discord, talk to like-minded people, and who knows, start talking to people live in real time while the games are happening so you can get a little analytical and get more in depth. Well, that's 2 games down, 4 more to go. When we come back, we're going to be hopping into Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
And today is the start of the 3rd week. Let's go, Annie.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, velho. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, chega. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, day number 11. 2 games down and 4 more to go. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host. We'll bring in our caster, Spider Tiff, and Mustache Dave. Hey, what's going on, guys? How are we doing? How are we feeling? Hey, I'm looking great. I'm feeling good, by the way. This is what I wore to a wedding recently, and I'm wearing it now, right? Hopefully, the honeymoon is going to start for Team Liquid as they return on hallowed grounds, going back to Erangel. I say that because they're going to win map number 3 and start to distance themselves from Alpha7 once again, Tiff.
Yeah, is that what's gonna happen there?
100%.
I'm just like staring, and I was like, honestly, I love the fit of this jacket a lot more than the first jacket that you decided to break out for us. So I'm really excited. So what does the jacket look like if Team Liquid does take this win on match number 3? Are you judging me for the fit? Like, no, I do like the way it fits better. I don't know, the color is more your style.
I think what you know, and I'm happy to hear you say that. People have been so critical about this style, this color on me. It says it washes me out. Yeah, people just don't like. They like this. Yeah, I got a whole suit, you know, like this. I got the pants and everything warm yesterday, linen. It's just it breathes so well.
You said you stole that jacket from the ring boy at a wedding?
Yo, the ring boy, first off, the ring boy at the wedding was like 8 years old, so that would be rude, and that would be a big 8-year-old, okay? Even though I'm like 4'7", still, that would be... Either way, though. No, it's nice. I think, okay, if Team Liquid wins, I'm coming out with the gray suit jacket. After. I'm coming out with the full-on custom tailor-made suit jacket from a guy that I don't know who he was, but thank you for leaving it at the tailor, because he sold it to me, and I picked it up for a good price, about $300. All right, got a full suit there. Very happy.
Dang.
Hey, Team Liquid, though.
You know flex. It's just casual flex. By the way, I'm in the Discord, by the way. We're just talking about your jackets. We're taking screenshots. You told me to join a Discord before break.
I did.
That's what we're doing.
You guys have a jacket Discord?
Well, yeah. Look at Taylor's new jacket, LOL. So that's what we're talking about in there.
Okay. Like,
first off,
do I need to go get a jacket over here? Like, I mean,
you look fine as you are, Tiff.
Yeah, we're talking about your plant. We're like, look at that plant, LOL. Poisonous.
Like, I feel like
that lamp not even lit. That's what we're typing.
What? Yo, the lamp too, Dave? Come on, you're going.
The Discord's a good place to be, all right? So we're vibing. And they're like, oh, look at that lamp in Mustache Dave's camera. That lamp is awesome. Wow, look at those pictures. So, yeah, I mean, the Discord's a wild place. You two should join it.
I think it's only you leading that conversation, though, about your pictures and the lamp, Dave. Hey, click on that link.
Good to know.
Click on the link.
Good to know. Y'all are trash talking, all right?
Well, yeah, if you're going to give it, you got to be able to take it, all right? You know, if you're going to talk some trash about my last suit jacket not looking, or my last jacket.
What do you mean? I said this jacket
we both
looked good on
complimented
you.
you multiple times. I'm just throwing it out there. So.
You know, you did.
Okay.
You did.
You know what?
But it was the underhanded compliment of, well, that last jacket looked okay, but this jacket looks even better.
You looked like an author, and now you look like a stylish man. Like, you were writing a romance novel, and now you're ready to cast some PUBG Mobile. Like, what do you mean?
And fun fact, I've actually narrated some romance novels. Don't look them up because it's
by the way, that jacket's got a 50-50 on the prediction meter for looking good and not looking good. So Tiff is saying looking good, I'm saying not. So.
Wow, see, it was him.
You guys are brutal. Let's hop into map number 3. I'm excited for it. It's going to be on Erangel. Team Liquid, I really feel strongly they're going to get the win, but I don't know. Alpha7's been on fire. They've got a 2nd place in map number 1 on Erangel, 1st place on Miramar. Can they follow the trend? Will they get 3rd place? I don't know. Will they get 1st, 2nd? We'll find out all that and more. Spider Tiff, Mustache Dave, take it away.
Hey, let's go. Let's lock it in. So you think about the differences from the first map on Erangel that we witnessed into this one. Well, our plane line has completely shifted. This time we're going to be approaching for the southwest, but we're still kicking it from the west towards the east. For Alpha7, like Reflections was highlighting, a 2nd place with 7 eliminations on that first bout of Erangel, but it was Inco Gaming that was able to completely unseat the Titans. But if I'm Alpha7, Dave, I'm still in 2nd place. I'm 34 points or so away from Team Liquid, and that's a gap that I'd like to go ahead and jump today.
Yeah, definitely a gap, but they are closing it. And as we discussed, back-to-back games for Team Liquid and not the hottest, right? So hopefully this game, they could jump back a little bit and continue to widen their gap. If they have another, I'm going to say poor performance, 1-2 point game, and with Alpha7 performing as they have been here tonight, Alpha7, they're looking to take that 1st place position this week. I guarantee you.
Hey, look, I mean, if you're going to be consistent and stay in that top 3, okay, here we go. What would you say the percentage of the water in the next play zone would be for this? Are you looking for about 78%? Because I just really want to throw reflections from a loop in the back.
70. So how much water is in play? Like a 17% water.
So yeah. Okay, so I said 78%, which means land. So
Yeah.
I'm going 22. I like 22.
Okay, I respect
We're just
it.
throwing these numbers out, by the way. There's not an actual stat that lets us know how much water is in play. This is just whatever the brain can conjure up. For 9Z, we're still on that rotate. We're looking for all of our kind of gear. Aragod here.
Looking for Taylor's
just
jacket.
needs anything.
Yeah,
if you can
honestly.
find a nice jacket.
Yeah, a nice
right?
jacket. Hey, I heard we got some nice jackets tonight. 9Z currently in 12th place on the overall leaderboards. We continue to see them in the mid game hold a nice edge position, which in my mind is nothing but prime potential for getting some eliminations, but they just haven't been able to pull it all together. So hopefully 9Z, they could get it going. They could get it going in. I know I've been saying that about a couple teams, but it's the truth. I mean, I'm looking at teams like 9Z. They're 131 points behind that 5th place position, those golden tickets, you know, top 5 make it to PMGC. Of course, you want to be first, but the real goal is top 5 for a lot of these squads, right? So 131 points, Tiff. That's a lot. That's a lot of catching up to be had here.
Especially if you haven't really had the best day. They went out in 14th place with 0 eliminations on that first time of Erangel. You come on over to Miramar, they drop in 15th with once again 0 eliminations. So if you can put some points on the board here in match number 3, it would be the first time that you're really just trying to, I don't want to say like show up to today's gameplay, but when you kick off week 3 and you have some minor mistakes on rotates and you just get kind of sandwiched between a ton of teams right off the rip, it's not really looking too good for you. And especially with that play zone shifting towards the north, so many of our teams, including All Glory Gaming, have already identified what Alpha7 did on that initial match in Erangel earlier on. And they say, we cannot let them get ahead of us. So we have just full sent for the northernmost position.
Yeah, and 9Z kind of just diving a little deeper, like these bottom teams. I'm really looking at who takes advantage of their double points day. And I got to say, 9Z, they are one of the only teams down here. So far with their double points, they have around 82. The squads at the bottom near them, they're sitting around like 20, 30, and even 50. So double points day has been crucial for 9Z. So they definitely understand the goal and the mission come that day. They are going to be in Group D. So they're going to have the double points at the end of the week. Which I like to see. You know, they'll know an exact number on how much they need to catch up to really end the day on a high note. The only thing is that Group D also has Alpha7 and Twisted Minds Brazil, right? Who will also be on their double points, also looking to pop off and take full advantage. So 9Z, they are in just such a challenging position, not only the leaderboard, but also the particular group that they're in for double points.
Well, considering you mentioned Alpha7 and Twisted Minds, those two teams in particular are in the top 3 performers on those bonus points day. So if you already have to combat them knowing they've acquired north of 100 bonus points, it's not really leaving a whole heck of a lot for you, especially if they're amping up that aggression. Speaking of aggression, well, Vicious getting peppered as they keep on driving towards the north. We want to keep rotating on out of here, and they're going to be heading straight towards where All Glory Gaming had already situated themselves. And chances are they're just 2 minutes too late for NRG, though. They found Colgoat, and if I'm looking down my sights and Team Queso's on the other side, do we want to take that fight?
Looks like Fate gonna be set up over here with Spec, Colgoat, and the compound catching the attention. Meanwhile, his squad mates just pulling up in a vehicle, gonna be closing the gap. There goes Spec on their knees. Fate with the sprayed out on the vehicle, not getting 1, but getting 2 right now. It's up to Milo with the pull up, but Fate coming out on top and shooting the ground. Homie shooting the ground right there, trying to get respect on his name out here, because that was Team Queso. Team Queso.
Look, they're formidable. You're shutting down Cold Goat, not able to get anything moving. This is the team that got 10 eliminations on Miramar last map in general. Only 2 from that first match on Erangel. And Furia, we were highlighting them, especially after slipping one more place down. Let's go ahead and run that replay because you kind of want to see it again. Spec falls right there, but you start to think, okay, well, maybe Team Queso's going to hit that, but the rotate comes through and Fate's just like, not a chance. I'm going to go big for my team.
1v3 right there. Yeah, 1v3. So I think it was 24K we saw was able to take out Kolgota as well in the compound. So Fate last week had I believe like 1 or 2 plays very similar to that too, where he was just popping off. And I think it goes back to the fact that Fate is just like a free bird now, just able to really let it rip and isn't so focused on making those calls anymore. And we have seen a completely different Fate come this season, and it's a Fate that I'm here and I love watching it.
All right, well, Furia, welcome to match day 11, third map of the day here on Erangel. Look, we're answering back from that. We are only 2 points behind Loops Esports, and if you hit that full team wipe, you grab those 4 eliminations, that is the best way for them. Oh, wait, nope, sorry, that was NRG, my bad. I don't know why I'm looking at Furia thinking of NRG still, because Fate kind of just mesmerized me right there, but I'm looking at Furia and I'm like, okay, you're still 2 points away. You need a team wipe. Let's get it. Do something like NRG did.
Yeah, easy peasy, right? This is Furia though. Furia, we talked about them game 1. They were trying some new things. They were trying to be a little more proactive. Didn't really work their way, so hopefully they can continue trying those things here because it is not double opponents day. So
Nope.
Today's the day to give it a go here. And still overlooking. So NRG, we just saw them on the tail end of the Team Queso wipe. They're going to be over here in a clash with Team Liquid. So another really strong contender.
We got a lot of heavy hitters going up against each other early, and if I'm NRG, look, do we focus on just getting out of the blue zone? Do we not want to get mirrored by Team Liquid? And look, if you think about where they're going to rotate into, do you just kind of cut it up north and maybe go towards where X Factor is trying to get? Because that play zone shifted off towards the east, and for All Glory Gaming, you thought you had a really nice spot, but when it shifts away like that, you have to start running. Loops just south of you, and Alpha7 actually pushes them down off that ultimate north and is trying to get around them.
Yeah, AGG, they're probably going to get wiped here if they do make the stop with Alpha7. Alpha7, they are hot on the trail. Over here, though, in the center of the new circle, we got Twisted Minds in these compounds trying to make sure that Furia do not crash the buildings on the opposite end of the complex. Downrange by the inlet, we got the Vicious and 9Z going at it back and forth. So a lot of teams right now just looking for that centralized position with the new circle shift.
Ooh, okay, Vicious. Kind of popped in here in the crevice while we just wait to see what's going to happen. We saw 9Z fall ultimately quite early in the past couple matches. Would hate to see that occur here now.
Oh, Senatexa wants this.
Oh, look. Hey, they've got to right the wrongs that have occurred, and it connects. That's an opening. Aragod from the vehicle is like, that's fine. Here we come. Already on 1 elimination, and it could be more. We're getting rogue.
Driving through his teammates' Molotov right there, really thirsty. The Vicious, at least the remaining member is still alive, able to pile in a vehicle and backtrack just a little bit behind this cover. But Senatexa with the charge right there, definitely trying to get some eliminations in the pocket for 9Z. And this is what we were talking about. 9Z, their team 130 something points behind that 5th place spot. They need to be proactive game after game. And right there, Senatexa understands the job.
Really do. You recognize an opportunity for you to be able to swing on in and grab that. For now, hop on the building, start scouting. We're down to a duo, and It puts us in a precarious situation from that, but it's totally fine. You just kind of ice on up and we'll figure out where that next play zone goes and hit the rotations. But you can see no one really on the outside looking in. Inco Gaming will be one of the threats that maybe rotates on unless they decide to go over to Yasnaya. 9Z has already kind of situated themselves on that side. NRG Team Liquid still trying to rotate in from the south, have not quite butt heads just yet, but this is the play zone when it moves that I think it'll occur.
You still got some water in play. NRG, they're still going to be out here taking their sweet time. Looks like Team Liquid were able to leapfrog them into those buildings in the south, and Team Liquid going to continue to drive on in. Where's that water towards that shoreline? NRG, looks like they made a little pit stop to look in those buildings, maybe get some loot. Maybe wrap around the edge right now of the blue zone. Inco, our game one winner chicken dinner squad, looks like still gonna be showing up with 4. They got a little 2-2 split right now with this bridge right between the two, hoping that a hard shift happens.
You know, if you've already taken down Alpha7 on your first bout of Erangel, you're coming in, you're focusing on the information, you're saying, how can I situate myself into a position like we had witnessed, right? We're already in that play zone. I like the separation, but for X Factor, this is crazy. Revo knockdown early here.
Yeah, this is going to be in the north, so there's a ton of teams, a lot of traffic up here. We got Alpha7, we got VIP, we got X Factor, IG over there in Stallburst. So all these squads are not in the play zone, and they're all going to be fighting tooth and nail for a spot here. AGG set up in a prime power position to really take shots and dictate who makes it into this play zone alive. But AGG not known for their aggression, currently sitting on 0 eliminations here. We'll have to keep tabs on the elimination feed, how they take advantage of their position. But it does look like Alpha7, we saw they had one of their squad mates knocked, Revo, who I'm trying to see, are we going to be able to get the pickup here? Maybe. We'll have to stay tuned, because looks like Alpha7, they're going to be focusing on making sure not to get picked apart here on their rotate. As we mentioned, there's a ton of teams all in this general area. Oh, NA on NA once again.
I've seen this before, and NRG, man, just ripping apart pieces of X Factor there. Of course, we lose out on 24K, and back here low on health, repositions quite nicely, but look who's lying in wait. Intense game here just on the inside. You know you're playing this peak. You want the distance to come through, but Guapo can't do anything about that push.
Guapo was pre-firing the shotgun, but Fate, not even scared, not even flinching a muscle, was able to get at least 1 elimination before getting eliminated himself here by the trio of IG, leaving just 2 more members alive for NRG. Spec is going to be popping out, looking for that revenge play, but Spec going to be third party to down range over there. Unfortunate for them, leaving just NRG with 1 more member alive, Casper, that is, to continue to survive. So that's going to open up this game for X Factor, who still have a trio alive. Casper trying to survive a little longer in a very challenging position. Right between Influence Rage, is going to be eliminated.
That car just went flying. Okay, play zone. It is Inco's. Anytime you look at Erangel, just think of Inco Gaming at this point, because now that is where they want to be. Team Liquid is likely going to pull up from that south side and maybe start to take a play set, but for intense game here, Bobby Sour down, Yaua down. Like, this is, you know, it was looking kind of nice for them.
Yeah, mistakes have been made.
You know, that's one way to put it.
It's probably gonna blow up here any moment. Influence Rage, I'll take it. I'll take those points. And yeah, you made a great point. Inco, such a strong position right now with this zone shift. They're gonna have to be cautious though. Looks like they gave up their 2-2 split. Team Liquid gonna be backfilling one of their old positions along the river. But Inco definitely going to be trying to show up in the late game with all of their squad still alive. Still with 4 up. We'll have to see how that one plays out. As looking over here, still going to be up here in the north. We got A7, VIP, AGG, just trying to survive right now, Tiff.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a tough rotation from afar, but straight to AGG we go. And 7, you can stand up to the firing squad all you want, but Alpha7 came in with a mission. Adrian from behind there lobs the frag grenade, cooks another, tries to answer back for the repercussions of what just happened to the teammates. But honestly, where do we go from here? Do we rotate on out? Do we... Wait, they connected. Oh my gosh, Alpha7.
Yeah, very challenging here. Strap over here, definitely playing spoiler. And Alpha7, fortunate for them, able to survive just a little longer through those grenades. They should be able to pick up McGrellin and continue this match as a duo. But honestly, these circle shifts just continuing to favor the South has been such a challenge for all these squads that are really hedging their bets on Stalber, on Severny, on that shoreline up there. And talking about hedging their bets, Remix in the water. Hiding behind the foliage of this tree right now.
I think it's nice. We're just treading water.
Yeah,
this is the way. We wanted a vacation. He's on it. I'm vibing. Well, for now, we'll check back in with them later. You never know what solo shenanigans they can cause up to. For now, we'll keep our tabs on Influence Rage. Moving in from that eastern side of things, you've got a couple of teams that are going to be just ahead of you. You've already found 6 eliminations for this game thus far, and that is a solid start.
Like Law going to be tossing some grenades over here. 9Z, we saw them moments ago flush out a squad in the same position now. Hopefully the same won't be set for them. Up against Influence Rage here. Right there on the edge of the cliffside of the Yasnaya Lake.
Well, I mean, we saw 9Z get into some action here around the same time, and they started by opening up frags. So do unto others as you know, however you want. A little bit of respect there, but Influence Rage grabs Senatexa, and there's Choco trying to answer back for it, just waiting it out and lobs it straight into him, and it doesn't even matter. We grab them. Choco trains back towards the vehicle. It's little boy that wants to push the issue first, but you've got to see they are timing this push onto him with such... Oh, wait. Are we going to drop down to the water and find the solo?
Little boy going to be continuing to close the gap with the grenades, with the DBS. I'm seeing about 5 other grenades getting tossed this way from Influence Rage. Choco traded out right there. One more member alive for 9Z. Oh, we're going to be trying to send it to the water. Go for a sweet swim with Remix from IG. And 9Z just trying to continue to survive right now as the mini red zone from Influence Rage just applying so much pressure.
IG's down here in the water like, please, sir, just leave me alone. I don't want any of your fight that's going on. He's just like, what are they doing over there?
Big vibing is what they're doing now. 2 solos in the water. And, well, there's still a decent amount of water in play, actually, so they can continue to swim. But I'm sure Remix is going to get a little angle here and hopefully get a elimination. Take out the solo from 9Z.
Oh, he's ready.
Yeah, he's ready. He's got the SCAR and the UMP. 5 grenades, too.
Oh, thanks for giving us the picture-in-picture here, because now we can see Will Petrino catch line of sight, get wind that Remix has just been over here, and I feel like I'm watching some manatees or something over here. Ooh.
So Remix finally going to be popping up, cooking a grenade, going fishing for some manatees. Going to be tossing that one. Oh.
That hurts. That connects. All right. It's a matter of time before we see that occur. But he's trying to swim out into open water. And Influence Rage actually goes down elsewhere with 9 eliminations. Alpha7 fell. And it's a matter of time before we see this one actually go down.
Nice.
There we go. IG Remix cleaning it on up. 9Z falls. But Twisted Minds was one of those teams that was really taking it to Alpha7 earlier. And they got a dose of their own medicine from the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, the Navy SEALs with some great grenades right there. 3 eliminations going their way. Oh, and we're going to be out here sniping as well. A little member of Loops chilling behind the buggy, trying to avoid these bolty shots here. He's dead set on getting this elimination. Here's the replay, though. Twisted Minds. So they were intertwined with Influence Rage and also the Navy SEALs with the third-party action. Navy SEALs coming out on top of that one.
I will say, Inco Gaming, from their position around that bridge early on, grouping up for Team Liquid, tried to rotate in on them. They're still all up. Along with Loops, they've got all 4 players up, so he pulled the play zone up so you can kind of set the stakes. All of the fights that Navy SEALs have won have granted them the north. Loops, they're going to have a ton of space. However, that's going to be on the western side of things. So keep your eyes on Inco and Team Liquid. There's a very real possibility that if Team Liquid doesn't decide to rotate, which it looks like they're taking a waterway, at least for some of them, to hit that rotation on the southern side, because maybe they didn't have good angles or feel comfortable with going through Inco.
Yeah, Inco finally forced to move out of their safety and comfort of the compounds there. And then Abete right there on the edge, and looks like Team Liquid going to be threading the needle in the water on the shoreline, as you put it here. Mythic already going to be in the water, bleeding on out. So Mythic was spotted, leaving just Ayala and Cardozo, the last 2 members alive right now for Team Liquid. I don't believe Inco and Abete has sightlines on this yet. No, he does not. Does see the 2 other swimmers though in the water, and then Abete going to be popping up from the guard tower here, trying to get these eliminations before they're stolen from Furia.
Oh, I mean, Team Liquid made the wrong choice. Ayala down and Team Liquid out. So now we already know, confirmed, Reflections will not be wearing a jacket for Team Liquid. Down and out. Maybe he breaks out the Inco Gaming jacket, especially if you're already looking to open some things up. We've made it into the top 4, but this would be nice for Furia, especially, but you've got Loops still up. So those are the 2 teams kind of going at it in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah, Loops still up. Definitely has me stressed out for the Navy SEALs and Inco and Furia, as those 3 squads not really known for their aggression this season. Now, Inco, they did get the winner chicken dinner game number 1 up against Alpha7. So maybe that was the confidence they needed to get their second chicken of the day. Looks like they're going to have 2 of their players in a vehicle, sending it to this concrete structure right there on the edge of the play zone. Loops right down range within grenade range here. Inactive going to be tossing one with the fadeaway. Little bounce action. And now Inco, they're starting to get the angles on Loops.
I mean, but they're so separate, and that Nenabete pickup is so massive for Loops. And now if I'm Inco Gaming, we see 2 fall. Inactive there does get a trade, but it's not enough because you are the last one standing for your team. And just trying to salvage any kind of points here would be nice, but you do have 1 more frag in the back pocket and a couple of smokes if you decide to cover that distance. Does it connect again? That would be nice. Starting to thread here. Can we cover the distance? No, we go down to half health. Just trying to find some cover. Oh my God, can we pick up a teammate? No, I feel like we're not going to be able to do that because we still need to take this fight, and you pull it on out. You try to make it all occur, but Loops Esports out here taking even more eliminations. And now, you know, as soon as you get the pickup on Nino, you go into the end game, you're at a trio. You still have your numbers in your favor because no one is a full team of 4.
Yeah, very tough push right there to watch from Inco. They did walk away with a 4th place finish and 1 elimination, but definitely timing was not on their side there. Definitely going to be looking at the VOD review and trying to fix that push right there. I saw the play. They wanted to make sure to section out Loops, take them out, take this position for themselves, and then look into the play zone, because now Loops, they're going to have a strong spot downrange here, as we are down to just 3 teams. Navy SEALs looking to make some moves happen. They got some vehicles. Looks like they're going to be sending it to the west side, wrapping right behind Loops.
Interesting. Seems to be that the stats keep shifting as they rotate on down, and it seems to be relatively equal for the majority of our teams, with Furia and Loops kind of just edging on out, but it'll see. Depending on who wants to full send who. And Furia, you've got Silence really extended out, right? Alongside Artuzen, but if Loops decides to maybe grab a pick from that, especially if you're looking at each other there, Does that connect? No, it's going to miss barely. It's like Navy SEALs. They have the pick of who they want to descend upon.
Yeah, Loop's definitely the favorable team in my opinion here out of the three, but the Navy SEALs, they were able to pick up a crate, so that's going to be an MG3 with some level 3 gear, and like you said, they're going to be in a great position to really decide who they want to take the shots at first. As now Furia, they're going to be pushing up with their vehicles within grenade range, and we saw out there in the distance some nades being tossed towards Loops' position here. Everybody snaking it right now except for Loops. They're looking to be proactive here.
Just a moment, like the patience that we see a lot of our teams talk about is really being shown here. Now, I know that was Inco Gaming saying they had changed a lot of that, but for Loops Esports, you found yourself in the overall standings 43 points outside the top 5. Influence Rage, they had a really solid game. They had 10 eliminations. So that points gap is just going to keep on extending if you don't take action of it here. A winner chicken dinner could give you those 10 points to fight back and not allow them to get that far ahead of you.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they got Rafina. Nino still alive. They got some grenades. No heals, though. We'll see how that impacts them moving forward. All these players just really waiting to see who makes the first mistake, because the next circle shift just straight up goes to the middle. So really no guesswork when it comes to that here.
That's true, but I mean, Furia doesn't have to move. The Navy SEALs, they're going to be the ones that have to shift just a little, and there's not really a lot of cover. What Loops Esports has got, you've got the tower and just the bottom of that to work around. You've got some things that you can navigate, and for the rest of the players, you just kind of have to stay prone, and sure, you've got a couple of vehicles, but there's a very real chance that you can get ripped out of it on that rotation.
Just looking at the player cams to focus here, really looking to see any pixel out there in the distance just to get that little smidge of information.
Ooh, all right. We still have plenty of grenades here, though, which are nice.
Yep.
And some mollies. So I'm not too worried about this because we have cover. We've got boulders. We've got things to use here. Furia, though, they've got space. And if the Navy SEALs decide to rotate in on where Loops are, Furia has a very chance to just go ahead and clean it on up and take the win.
It looks like the center is the tip of this hill. So it's a little slight hilltop right there. And all three teams have the terrain to really work with to crawl up with avoiding those sight lines. So let's see who can snake it out the best. But Loops over here, they got one of their squad mates on the off angle, really trying to apply the pressure with their grenades. We saw 5 grenades down to just 2, but now they have a good indicator where Kowalski is. Gonna be tossing one his way. One more grenade, 3 Molotovs to go here on this off angle for Loops.
Out here, trying to use what we've got in these angles, man. We're just getting lit up, not even trying to. Furia just seems to have so many grenades, and it's destroying Loops little by little. However, you can see Loops is starting to focus on the Navy SEALs from behind when you've got to fight 2 different teams. Like I said, I think Furia converts this.
There you go. Nino popping up with the UMP. Going to be taking some shots down range. We hear the MG3 out there in the distance from the Navy SEALs. Looks like the squad of Loops, they're going to be focusing on the team in the north. That's going to be the Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, Furia still crawling. Looks like 2 of their members were connected on. We're spotted. It's up to Kowalski with their 3 grenades and 2 Molotovs, Tiff.
Oh, as soon as I say they convert this, everything goes wrong unless we can sneak a res, because everyone appears to be in shambles. Loops, 2 players down. Navy SEALs down to 1, but it seems like he might just take the mantle into his own hands. He knows the angle that he's at, chucks the grenade, throwing grenades to Loops, and he connects for Navy SEALs.
Got him right there at the end. The solo from Loops. Rafina popping up with the UMP to secure the win in 10 total eliminations. So it was a 1v1v1 at the end, and it came down to who made the first mistake. And it looks like the solo from the Latin Kings Navy SEALs was spotted by the solo from Furia, and at that same exact moment, Loops popped up to seal the deal.
Ooh, okay. So that makes 23 total eliminations for Loops today. And the conversation was about, you know, the top 5 as they currently sat, but more so about the other rosters trying to make up lost ground from previous weeks to break into top 5 themselves. Loops was in conversation for that, and they are making great headway to break into the top 5. The thing, though, that does taper it off a little bit is Furia, right, has kind of been their competition. Loops passed them up a little bit earlier in the standings, but Furia does get a second place with 7 elims, so it's not going to be as drastic, but it will, however, be drastic for the rosters above them. And naturally, I'm talking about Influence Rage, right?
Yeah.
Influence Rage, they're at risk of potentially being caught up to, but then again, they did their job, and they got 10 eliminations, Tiff.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to highlight. 10 eliminations. Sure, you went out in 9th place, so you didn't really get as many points alongside that. If you just stayed in for a couple more teams, you're likely really going to staple off that. But a 20-point game from Loops, I mean, what was it? They were down 40-something points. They're going to carve back on that for sure. Yeah. And I'm starting to get a little nervous for Influence Rage.
So Influence Rage is one talking point. Team Queso's another. They get last place. They get a goose egg, Dave. And that means now for Influence Rage, now they encroach on their territory, potentially moving back up to 4th place. Loops is also now coming up on them too. So Team Queso at this moment is the one that needs to step it up in the next 3. What went wrong, right? In that first initial fight, what happened against NRG?
NRG, listen, I think they're catching people off guard today with their aggression. If I'm not mistaken, every single game 1, 5 eliminations for NRG, game 2, 3, and then this previous game 6. So I'm looking at NRG come into today, no double points, but they're looking to be proactive, and we saw what happened there. So NRG, they had the angles, they were keeping Colgo pinned down. Colgo called out to his squad mates, I got their attention. You guys go make a play happen. And what happened is they pulled up on Fate, the 1v3 clutch god of North America. We've seen Fate pull this same play out multiple times throughout this tournament, and Fate just had perfect aim on the tracking when they were in their vehicles and really just destroyed their plan reflections.
Destroyed them indeed, but then Influence Rage came up and destroyed them for the 2nd Erangel in a row. And more on that in just a bit, because I want to know how you all think NRG can finally beat Influence Rage and really kind of stop or at least start NRG's mid-game. They haven't even been able to get to that point. Loops will make a good run, 20 points off of their game number 3. That's a big win for them. I believe now they're 5th or 6th total winner chicken dinner, and that's a big one, Tiff, because Furia in that final fight, I was benefiting them. Regardless of percentages, Furia was at 7 winner chicken dinners. So when you think about them getting to endgame, they normally close it out. This time they couldn't do it, but Loops had to fight very hard to defeat Furia, especially in that 1v1v1.
Yeah, but I mean, they still did enough. Furia got points on the board. They're still trying to mirror what Loops is doing because you're kind of chasing them down. And you already mentioned that Influence Rage, yes, they got the 10 eliminations. They only acquired 10 points, 0 placements. Now, they are catching up to Team Queso, who got that goose egg. But in a real world here, Loops and Furia could be in the top 5 this week and take Team Queso and Influence Rage's spot if they keep up this momentum.
Big momentum, though, for Twisted Minds. They move up. Surprisingly, Team Queso will move down. And, well, that's what happens on a day where you're not getting bonus points. Everybody's on even playing ground. The points are still relatively close, and the gaps are closing from 3rd place down to, let's even say 7th place, right? From Twisted Minds to Furia, making the run going into the final week after this week that much more volatile, Dave.
Yeah, gaps are definitely closing. Loops, there's still a decent gap, right, between Loops and Influence Rage in that 5th and 6th position. But Loops have 100% been on the ball tonight, and especially with that winner chicken dinner as we go into the second half of today. Loops, you both know me. I'm all about the momentum. Loops right now, I would say they're 90% on the momentum meter. So Lukes are having a really solid day.
Well, NRG, man, it's they've had so much potential today, and they've been doing a great job. And I agree with you, Dave, when you said like they're a roster that's flying under the radar, but making surprising moves. Again, it's Influence Rage who continually shuts them down on both Erangels, and if they don't get shut down by Influence Rage, Tiff, I'm questioning how many points can NRG truly get, because they are flying and frying. But their boogeyman continues to find them every single time and just absolutely wipe them off the map.
I mean, it is spooky season. We're into October. We can't have boogeymans coming swinging for us, that's for sure. But now that we've wrapped up match number 3 of the day, you've got 3 more chances to just avoid your arch nemesis at this point.
All right, well, that is 3 games down, 3 more to go. We'll be hopping into Sanhok when we come back from break. Always exciting, especially for that Ruins fight. We've been watching this battle between Inco and X Factor develop over time, and last time it didn't go too well for X Factor. Inco won it within about 20 or so seconds. Will that happen again? And for all of you out there in the chat, did you know the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship is around the corner? And I got to ask you, are you a student? Well, if you are, you can register your squad to compete for $15,000 and a slot into the PMSL Spring 2025 qualifiers today. Signups close tomorrow at 9:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 12:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you got to get a move on. For more information, check this out.
All right, guys, here we are with Revo. They just won the second match, Alpha7. Congratulations. Tell me about this match, especially at the end, because you didn't come with many kills, but at the end you have patience and took the victory.
Eu acho que o importante é ganhar, independente das kills. Claro que a gente queria fazer mais kills, mas tem que ser grato pela vitória e é isso.
Yes, we would like more kills, but the most important thing is the winner chicken dinner. We would like to get more kills, but we have to be thankful for the victory as well. Revo, you guys, world champions, have been on the top of the leaderboards globally for many seasons now. But for many seasons, or at least for this year and the last split of the last year, it has been hard here in Americas against the Brazilian teams, the Latin teams. What do you think that is? Is this the hardest region?
Eu acho que sim, porque é uma região que tem muita bala, então a galera aqui não tem medo de nada. Então acho que a diferença das Américas pro cenário mundial é a diferença das balas, da bala no caso.
Mais agressivos.
Mais agressivos, bem mais agressivos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says that the difference from here and globally is that here nobody's afraid. Everybody's aggressive and they want to get more fights, and that has been the reason here. E a rivalidade, né? Aqui tem uma rivalidade em Brasil, the rivalry here in Brazil. Tell me a bit about it.
Acho que rivalidade até tem, mas é mais pra galera que torce. A gente não tem muita rivalidade, a gente sabe quem a gente é e a gente não precisa ser rival de ninguém.
He says that there's not really much rivalry, maybe the fans, but right here and here there isn't that much rivalry. There's a bit of rivalry. That's not like. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 11. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We've already seen 3 wonderful games. We have 3 more to get through, and we're about to hop into the odd map out, moving into Sandhawk. Map number 4, a fun one for everyone out there, and also a map for some teams that don't necessarily collect on points, well, to collect on those points, and I'm hoping they do. Let's bring in our casters, Spider Tiff and Mustache Dave. Hopping into map number 4, this is exciting times, and also exciting times for our elimination leaderboards. Tiff, after game number 2, we finally saw a person or a player break the 100 elimination mark, and it was Kogoat.
Yeah, see, we were talking about this. I got super nervous. I was like, oh my God, did they fall before he was able to acquire that? But they went out with 10 eliminations, Kogoat grabbing 7 of those, bringing him to 101 eliminations. The first player in our PMSL America's fall here to eclipse that threshold. Of course, Ayala from Team Liquid has been hot on the tail, as well as Alpha7's Revo, but it was Kogoat that has just stood above the rest.
Absolutely. Kogoat, what kind of player is he, Dave? I mean, he's obviously been a tremendous player for Team Queso, tremendous player, and during the fall season, he's overtaken the likes of even Alpha7's Revo, who was the elimination leader during the spring season. Who is Kogoat as a player, and why does he do so well anytime he's playing on any map?
Yeah, Kogoat sees the prize pool as $250,000 this season and knows that there's also additional money for MVP and most damage done. So Kogoat is clocking into the office, trying to get the job done, trying to get this paycheck, baby.
Trying to get the paycheck, and it's paying off, it seems. Team Queso, after all, they still are top 5, and they're doing a great job. You know, the eliminations are coming in. Now it's all about those placings. Let's see what they can do going into Sandhawk. Now, the conversation comes back around. I want to know about NRG and Influence Rage, because NRG is a team that I feel has a lot of potential, even still, to break into top 5. Their bonus points day was great, but today they've been tapered off, more so because they continue to get shut down by Influence Rage after they win. NRG will go on, they'll beat out a roster like Team Queso, for example, a flawless win, and then all of a sudden Influence Rage just wipes them off the map. Tiff, what's going on? What is that rotate all about? Why do they continually get shut down, and what can they do to help themselves, specifically on Erangel, maybe even on the final map today?
Yeah, you just have to look at where that play zone is going to, and don't let people leapfrog and hold you out on that. We've seen kind of the way NRG has just been positioning themselves and all of that. When Influence Rage is just nearby, they're not afraid to take those eliminations. They're almost in a do or die situation, and you would usually say that about a team that's on the bottom of the leaderboard, but they are literally in 5th place on the overall standings. They're just trying to hold on to it. Things are slipping for the teams ahead of them, like Team Queso, so you're kind of in this, like, I have to grasp it all straws. So if you see a fight or you think you can hold them out, especially if you're like, I feel confident fighting this roster that's ahead of me, you just have to keep doing it. If they're going to keep doing it map after map, I mean, it's just going to happen. It could very well happen here on Sandhawk.
Yeah, it could happen on Sandhawk. Again, though, there's so much potential that's being lost from this NRG roster, and I think they need to go out of their way to avoid Influence Rage, at least today. It's just not working out. They're not winning that fight. I don't know if they're getting too aggressive, if they're just thinking that they can fly at that team, but Influence Rage is a serious roster. They're a team that's held on to their position for a long time. They've been a top 5 roster for a good while, and that does concern me, though, Dave. You know, we talk about NRG, North America, breaking in the top 5, but when this roster, NRG, goes against a true, a matter of fact, a bottom top 5 team, they get wiped off the map. Is there cause for concern?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it like this. You're talking about Influence Rage and NRG, right? If I'm putting both of those teams in a straight up 4v4 TDM, you got 24K, Casper, Fate and Spec, and then Influence Rage, you got Diego, Law, Little Boy, and LeRosen. I feel like NRG wins that 4v4. And I'm not just saying that because I'm representing North America. I'm saying that because Fate this season has been a beast, right? I can't really say Influence Rage has like their beast factor. Of course, they're doing good on the overall leaderboards, and it's a team game at the end of the day. But if I want a straight up 4v4, I think NRG has the better gun skills. So when we're looking at NRG, it's about applying the gun skills with, like Tiff said, the survivor skills, trying to survive to that late game, right? Trying to get within a position to use your gun skills to get the winner chicken dinner. So NRG, they just need to tighten up their rotations and avoid losing one or two, right, on their rotations. That way they're set up in a prime position come late game with the whole team alive.
Well, I'd love to see that for game number 6, Aaron Gale. I mean, again, so much potential for NRG to close that gap for top 5. They're not going to make as much progress as they probably wanted at the start of the day, but they could still make great progress within 3 games. Loops is a great example of that. They've been doing a wonderful job breaking in to the top 5. And you mentioned Casper, right, from NRG. Now, Casper is normally playing, all right? But this time, Casper put on his interview hat, and he tried his hand at interviewing the rest of the NRG players. Let's see how it went.
Hi, my name is Casper, and I'm from NRG. Today we're going to be interviewing some of the PMSL players. Alright, today we're here with my true love, it's Fate, and I want to know how bad we make you want to crash out on us.
Honestly, pretty. Nah, I'm playing. Not really. I've been pretty chill this play. I haven't really been, getting mad at you guys as much, because I know you guys aren't really experienced, so I try to calm down and just not rage. So yeah, not really that much.
Alright, I love you too. Alright, today we're here with Miguel, also known as 24, and Spec, and we want to know who's the more quiet one.
Probably just Casper. He's the quietest.
Okay, I guess Spec's the quieter one.
Well, big takeaway, Casper's true love is Fate. How beautiful is that? You always know they have each other's back. Well, let's get into it. We're moving into map number 4 on Sandhawk, and we gotta watch Ruins. Spider Tiff, Mustache Dave, take it away.
Hey, take it away. Take me to Ruins. Let me see what Inco Gaming's got for us in store on Sandhawk. But for the teams that are in the must perform, I'm looking at Team Queso and Influence Rage.
See who comes out on top. This is the halfway mark of today. Like you mentioned, Team K, so they're going to be up there towards the north, but we're looking at the runes right now. We got Inco, we got NRG, and also the X Factor. So we got 3 teams in the area. Here goes X Factor. They're going to be hitting the dirt first, but look at this. Inco already with some guns to put a stop to X Factor. X Factor already down 2 members here, Tiff.
Oh man, I'm feeling bad for them. Havlik out here with the knife in the back of Inactive, and Capri's doing a good job forcing the issue. The push comes on in, and Inco Gaming, they just got eviscerated.
Inco gone. Now I'm looking at NRG. They're trying to loot these compounds as quickly as possible and get within a position to take advantage of the fact that X Factor, they're going to be underlooted and probably hurt as well after that last engagement, as we already see Fate with the AKM, no helmet, but a dream to take out X Factor.
But they're more patience here. And if there's one thing I know, Fate is loved by many. We don't need helmets here. We just need the love of our homies. And we'll be here at Ruins. But you see that play zone comes on in towards that eastern side of things. Teams like Furia, Team Queso, X Factor, NRG Galaxy, and then you got Vicious down in the south. You're going to be some of the big movers that are going to try to make your way into that. And time is of the essence, right? Things get really amped up here on Sandhawk. So if I'm Team Queso, I want to get ahead of that rotation.
Yeah, they already got Big Milo on the mainland. Got to be finding a spot to call home and relay that he does have a safe passage into that zone, like you mentioned. And talking about the zone, these squads not in the zone. Spec was able to wrap around underneath this bridge. Baton, not aware. Going to be across the road. Here comes Spec popping up. Hello! Going to be getting that quick elimination right there. Immediately turning his attention to Havlik down there on the shoreline, but I do believe, yep, Spec going to be popping back in the vehicle, rotating back towards 24K and Fate. Capri's still in the ruins, so Capri's and Havlik, the last 2 members alive for the X Factor squad. If I'm NRG, I think I'm going to pull off this one. You got your elimination, but you still got to focus on the game at hand, and all 4 members of NRG are going to be extremely underlooted right now. Like you mentioned, they're going to have to focus on repositioning to circle number 1.
Especially when you think about where Team Liquid's already situated themselves, depending on where NRG likes to enter it in. But for X Factor, they're going to hail just up north before they decide to cross on over to the mainland side of things. But you know, when you think about the battle for Ruins, yes, you completely take down Inco Gaming, only giving them 1 elimination, but really no one is winning from a contest in general when there's so much on the line, and especially when you're trying to unseat NRG Galaxy, who popped ahead of you just in week number 2, they're still 37 points ahead of X Factor.
We've been saying that all season, Tiff. I don't understand this hot drop. When we're looking at the overall leaderboards, Inco definitely have a lot more to lose because they are pretty much in the hot seat playing catch up this week. Currently 193 points behind Influence Rage in that 5th place position. So the fact that they're hot dropping, you're risking too much for only 4 simple points, right? And X Factor, they're in a little better position on the overall leaderboard, 10th place, but even for them, I would just prefer no hot drop, but it is what it is at this point. Both teams as stubborn as an ox, as we're going to be looking over here at Team Queso, trying to pull up, trying to get into the buildings, grouped up with their squad mates, but Influence Rage with the trap out here. But Papi Potro with the aim, the M4 3 times, something to say.
I was going to say the absolute beams and consistency coming out from that angle as well. You're putting Influence Rage, forcing them to stay separated. You've got to start expending those smokes. You see little boy up ahead. But this is the real battle at hand. Diego and Lorenzen was able to get in that building just across the street. But can Law and them reunite? Seems like they're going to have to face their own issues. Diego very low on health.
Like we have a smoke in hand, so it does look like the pickup was successful. Little boy and Law still going to be up there on the high ground. Find that boulder. Team Queso down to just a duo right now. 0 eliminations going their way. Big Milo prone, looking through the window, waiting for that smoke to dissipate. To be cautious, though, not to catch a grenade from across the road.
I'm just a little worried because we know this is a smaller map. We know how high pace this kind of goes, and a lot of teams are going to look to push that. But you found yourself in relatively central towards this play zone. You can already see IG out on that hillside across the way behind Team Queso. They're not the only teams in the neighboring vicinity. So big things to worry about for Loops right now. It's AGG that are just ahead of them.
Loops and AGG have been going at it all day long. So AGG, they're going to be grouped up, and it's only Nuno and Rafina in the front lines here, spearheading this engagement, waiting for their 2 squad mates to play catch up essentially and group up. Rafina on the roof. Might not know AGG's there. Is going to find out in a minute as 2 members of AGG going to be popping up from behind the broken wall and immediately taking out Rafina. Rafina had no idea in the world right there. AGG were lying in wait, waiting for him to make a mistake.
And that's not good, right? Loops fresh off that 10 elimination winner chicken dinner on Erangel, coming into Sandhawk, already losing out on 1, but elsewhere, Team Queso trickling down. They're the ones that dropped a donut on the last map, and there we see Big Milo get ripped on out. Team Queso, another 0 elimination game for them.
Yeah, not feeling too good for Team Queso. 2 more games to go. Miramar, Erangel. Team Queso, known to have some success on Miramar, so hope for the best moving forward as we are going to be looking at the new circle. Looks like 9Z at the top of this hill, trying to avoid the shots from Team Liquid here. It's going to be right next to Quarry, a little east of it. Both teams also trying to be cautious of their eastern flank as Alpha7 going to be over here. As I say that, 9Z driving in that direction.
Yikes. This could be interesting. We'll
driving
see how that goes
right
for
through
them.
A7.
Especially when you've got Team Liquid already heading in that general direction as well for X Factor. Yeah, we've got 2 left over. We've got 4 eliminations. And right now, we're just focusing on making it towards that end game. And I think just surviving, that's the next level of business for them. For Alpha7, 9Z has already moved into the compound. And Carrillo says, I'm not willing to share this compound with anyone. So trying to take some angles, maybe see if we can find Choco behind the building. But that is a definite karma right there.
Choco with a little grenade battle right there. Got a nice knock. He's going to be sending it in the vehicle, trying to pull up on a Mafioso. Mafioso with the shotgun swap into the M4. Has some support from the squad mates, but also needs to be cautious because Team Liquid on the high ground here, Tiff, trying to get involved.
Look, this is what we were talking about. We knew this was going to happen. Team Liquid really hasn't had a standout performance here in day 11 in any way, shape, or form. And they're on the overall standings at the very top. And Alpha7 has been doing everything that they can to kind of shred that points gap that's between them. So if Team Liquid can swoop in here, pick up some eliminations, and take out Alpha7 in the process, that is a best case situation for them.
Missing the mark with that grenade. Mythic had such a prime position to really sneak up right there, forced to pull back after giving away their spot. And 9Z losing 2 in the mix. Alpha7 still up and at him. Ayala up there behind the boulder, immediately spotted in the distance. Probably is going to be bleeding on out as Mythic going to be looking in the building here. Did spot out Senatexa. 3 more grenades. Banged up armor though. Needs to be cautious. Carrillo on to Senatexa. So Alpha7 after that reset trying to clean up the push from 9Z, trying to flush him out.
Oh, but Alpha7 still all up here, taking angles, very aware because they already got that knock on Ayala. Now Team Liquid still has to worry about, do I want to have people picked off on these earlier fights or do I hit that reset? They're going to get it. Now we can start focusing on the dissension towards Alpha7.
Yeah, I'm really looking to see what Cardozo will do in their vehicle. They're looking for that alternate angle. Right now, you got Chief and Ayala behind the boulder. Mythic still on the broken wall. We did lose 9Z out of that skirmish. They pulled up to the wrong neighborhood right there. NRG, though, they might be looking to get in the mix down here. Could have some clashes happening. Next circle will be applying some additional pressure to all 4 of these teams down in the south.
Yeah, especially when you have Vicious that just goes ahead, picks up the remnants of 9Z, and then just books it north. They're just like, we don't want to get caught up in this 3-way battle, potential 4-way that's going on over here. So we're going to focus on the game at hand, our macro gameplay, getting good positioning. But the next play zone is already swamped with people. Twisted Minds just rotated in from that eastern side of things, and it's going to be more difficult. For NRG Galaxy, I don't think we need to move in on this. If you're going to push Team Liquid into Alpha7, there's a chance that Vicious might actually come back into this, but they're split playing right now. 2 members of them are still very far away.
Cardozo spending a little too much time over here, was actually spotted, tagged, and bagged from NRG. Unfortunate for them. Chief and Ayala were able to make their way into the next play zone. They found a little place to call home. Mythic's still going to be behind this broken wall. No vehicle to evacuate the area, and they still have Alpha7 to deal with, who, well, they're taking their sweet time right now, Tiff.
Hey, look, it's fine. Take your time. You want to make sure that you shore up any potential issues for this fight, especially if you've already gotten Cardozo completely ripped away from you from NRG, who decided, hey, we're happy with the one we got. We're going to move on after that. But this is where it's about to occur. You've got 3 members of Alpha7. Mythic really doesn't have a whole heck of a lot to try and get out of here. So we are just playing it patient. We know what we've got to do, but I mean, if you're going to take a 1v2 right there, there's not much you're going to be able to get away with.
Yeah, once when they heard the gun swap, that was it. That was it right there. So Team Liquid down to just a duo. Another game. Things are not going their way, and the duo is not out of harm's way yet because NRG are making the pull-up, Tiff.
I talked about them potentially coming on back, especially with Team Liquid making a move, and yeah, we are getting shredded here for Team Liquid. X Factor falls with 6 eliminations, and Team Liquid's going to be right behind them with a 0 elim game. If I'm Alpha7 and I'm chilling with 4 eliminations, all 4 players standing, and I don't have that many points separating from the top of the leaderboard, you keep going.
Yes, Alpha7 might be doing just that, pulling up behind NRG and cleaning up that fight. This is a huge opportunity for Alpha7, but talking about huge opportunities, the Vicious over here on their vehicle pull up, they're going to be getting the better half of VIP. VIP down to just a solo dolo here, as we are going to be getting a nice little glimpse of the new play zone. New play zone saying, forget about you teams on the east side. We're going to the west where it's going to be wide open.
Yeah, we do love a interesting wide open zone there for VIP. We're down and out. We tried. We cannot make it go any further for the Vicious. This is where you stand up against the final bosses often. Alpha7. This angle, though, we're getting shredded here. They've got the angles. Oh, no. Not like that. Carrillo gets fooled.
Like what NRG did. So they actually all popped their vehicles. They got that reset after that last fight with Team Liquid, and they just hugged the edge of the blue, and they're able to pretty much leapfrog around Influence Rage in their buildings on the edge when we saw that map moments ago. So really heads up play for NRG. Do love watching their macro here as Alpha7. Well, they're trying to survive right now, Tiff. They do have 5 eliminations and still with the trio alive, but they're just trying to find that perfect route into the new play circle. As we saw, that zone did not favor the East.
Look, it's not going to be a perfect route. There is you have to fight your way into this. Influence Rage there on that compound towards the right. IG in the trees to the left. And I think Alpha7, if you're already down 1, you recognize maybe we take the fight against the team that really doesn't have a whole heck of a lot going towards the north, especially if that 4 of them are split. But for the Vicious, we're going straight towards the north. We don't want any part of this. You've got people from afar trying to chase you. And then you're like, oh my God, now I find Twisted Minds, a whole nother team up here. We're rolling up on them in the shack.
Molly. Obscure back against the wall. DBS shots ringing on out. The Vicious able to pull up and scoop up another vehicle. Who would have thought? But the battle is not done yet. They're still going to be having to deal with Twisted Minds. Sure, they got 1, but they got to deal with the other 3 right now, as they are just getting eliminated. And right there, I think the pressure got the best of them. Their rotation right there, very sketch, but we'll have to discuss that later on, because Twisted Minds are not out of danger yet. Looks like IG trying to take advantage, trying to third party the Twisted Minds trio, but Twisted Minds coming out on top.
Look, I don't blame them trying to hit that third party, but Twisted Minds as a trio out here just ready for whatever comes their way. They answer on back, and you pick up even more eliminations from that. Now you're sitting at about 6 elims on the day, but when the play zone starts to shift, you look towards Furia, and Reflections was starting to ask us questions in terms of what is with those teams, right? When you start looking at Influence Rage and how do they kind of find themselves constantly fighting? Well, they're going to have to deal with maybe cleaning out that eastern side before rotating into that play zone. So, because NRG, they've got so much space, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move in towards Furia themselves or wrap around what occurs on the east.
Oh, I was waiting for that one. So Cardi's going to be behind the actual building, and Federal, Attaboy, tossing the grenades inside the building. Oh, but the Molotov spread. Cardi's on fire. Cardi is down. There goes the Navy SEALs eliminated. And Furia, yeah, you pointed out, dead center, big chillin', 0 eliminations going their way so far, though. So hopefully they could be a little proactive, take advantage of their position, and really third party all these squads on the edge of the play zone. McGrillen, last one alive right now for Alpha7. 6 eliminations going their way. So Alpha7 still playing catch up against Team Liquid. Let's see how far McGrillen can get here on this Sandhawk game.
Yeah, look, You got 6 eliminations. You just want a bit of placement to go alongside it. For Loops Esports, man, if I'm Furia, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Knowing there's not much left going. Intense game has fallen with only 1, but this should be enough. Goodbye, Alpha7. The solo comes through, and NRG gets Mixie here for Influence. Rage, the drive-by, the pop on out.
Just like that, 7 eliminations, Tiff. Fate trying to connect onto Federal. Federal on the tip, on the peak of the boulder up there with the additional sight lines. Fate is going to be hitting the dirt and the smoke. Was able to get the reload with the M4 3 times. Now Fate going to be trying to get some sight lines of his own. Both teams right there on the edge of the play zone. Here comes Furia trying to third party now, trying to be active. Trying to get some elimination points. They're going to have nothing but sight lines onto NRG right now. Fate not only playing the front line fragger, but also the support right there. But the smokes to allow Spec to continue to survive a little longer. But it does look like 24K was actually taken out there.
Yeah, they got picked up from Furia, which is great. Now you've tied yourself in eliminations in terms of loops. So this is the time where you can start focusing on getting even more and trying to carve back on that lead that Loops Esports took from you. For an NRG, trying to work just inside of that play zone, but AGG is looking to go under siege from Furia. They're not comfortable leaving their building because they really don't have to, right? They've got the compound that's in the play zone. They feel comfortable with it, and it's their space to lose. They can just sit here, pick up angles on absolutely everyone and clean them up.
Their personal space. You don't want to know what happens when you get in Furia's personal space, Tiff.
Do not want to find out in any way, shape, or form. But for them, I want them to accrue even more eliminations, starting to claw back. Now, mind you, even a 10-point win would do numbers in terms of what is separating them. That would actually put them ahead of Loops.
Wow, it's like Twisted Minds really doing a solid number with their utility onto NRG, who really don't have a lot of room to work with, because if they peek their head above the boulder, Furia is going to be immediately taking shots. But also, if you move, reposition just a little bit, Twisted Minds are also taking shots. So very challenging position right now the duo from NRG find themselves in. And to make it even worse, the play zone not going to be favoring them any longer.
That's okay, though. Furia, they are comfortable with moving. Now they just have to decide, I think we just hail towards the north, towards AGG. We've already found an elimination on them, and it looks to be exactly what Furia is doing. For NRG, Spec has got to find himself just some cover, lay low, see what you can make happen, because Twisted Minds, they've taken the entire eastern side. They are going to be the biggest threat in this lobby.
Almost had him, Spec. Almost had him. One more bullet would have done it. Spec probably going to go out to blue zone now. Would be smart. Nope. Actually going to be donating a point right there. But NRG, 7 eliminations. Twisted Minds, 9. Furia, 5. As now we have 2 teams on the Sandhawk map.
Look at that. I feel like we just hit the tree, but that pickup on Radaboy changes the game. I know I said they had so much playable space, but Furia with the vehicles, the trade comes in from Federal, and he actually grabs 2 from Furia. That changes this. A 2v1 situation here. Can Furia trend this back into their own way? Doesn't look likely. Too much damage. You hit the reload, you're still going from distance, but it's Twisted Minds that converts here on Sandhawk for the win alongside 12 eliminations. A massive game that they needed. They had already gotten into 3rd place on the overall standings here in day 11, and now they just look to extend on that.
Let's go. Twisted Minds, winner, winner, chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, 1,600 damage done. Great game from them. This team, they've been putting in so much hard work over the last year. They used to be known as the Death Wolves. We saw them last season finish top 4. They got picked up. They went to Worlds. They finished top 13 in the world. So really happy to see them up here at the top of this season of the Americas Reflections.
Yeah, without a doubt, I was happy to see them added as an organization for the fall season. You know, being in PMSL is their first time, at least for the Americas, and they're making the most of it. You know, currently in third place, this game is definitely going to help them more so to distance themselves from Team Queso, Influence Rage, who were, well, trying to, be hot on their heels. But Twisted Minds, big game from them. They had a decent game also a little bit earlier on Miramar, where they finished in second place with 6 eliminations. So, hey, they're on the up and up. But talk about another roster that's on the up and up is NRG. This was a great game from them, Tiff. You know, I questioned them versus, Influence Rage on Erangel, but when it comes to Sandhawk, they were making incredible pushes. They finished off in 4th place with a total of 7 eliminations, but more importantly, I want to talk about their push against Team Liquid. This was the most impressive by far.
It really was, and honestly, before that, you had to think about they were still going up against Alpha7. The duo of them do survive. They get to the shack, and then NRG's like, oh no, you're not living here in any way, shape, or form. Chief's like, I've got a boulder and a dream, and the angles come through, but still solid performance out of them. About 1,400 damage, 7 eliminations, like you said, but even with Influence Rage and them consistently butting heads, Influence Rage was able to acquire 6 elims.
Sure, which is big on them. I mean, Influence Rage has been slaying out today, despite maybe not having the best of finishes. Granted, outside of their Miramar, which they did finish 3rd place, but only 3 eliminations. Influence Rage, the conversation at the start of the day, Dave, was that they were, on the downtrends, but today has been relatively stable. But the thing is they do fairly well when it comes to eliminations. Where they struggle, though, is their overall placings.
Yeah, they're doing all right. They could be doing a lot. They could be doing a lot more. All right. And I think as a team in 5th place, you need to be doing a lot more. With Loops performing the way they have been here tonight, I'm a little concerned for Influence Rage, honestly. But I'm more concerned right there with Furia, as they absolutely threw there at the end. 2 of them popped in a coupe. I don't know why. And immediately, once when they jumped in that vehicle, they were just eliminated, annihilated. Not sure why they chose to do that. I'm always a believer of I'd rather fire my weapon compared to being a vehicle getting fired at, but take it as a learning lesson, I guess, not to pop in a vehicle unnecessarily like that in a end game 3v3.
Yeah. Well, it's mistakes like that, though, that explain why they've consistently been a talking point of breaking into the top 5 or being on the cusp of top 5, right? They currently sit in 6th place. They've got a bit of a gap between themselves and Influence Rage. This game will help, though, along with the last game, 2 back-to-back 2nd places with both 7 and 5 eliminations, respectively. So you got to give them the credit where credit is due. But you're right, those mistakes do really hinder them from breaking into the upper echelon, and it's something that has to be addressed moving forward. This is obviously the 3rd week, right? Only 1 more week remains after this. We look at our overall rankings. Tiff, Furia, though, despite all the criticisms, will move up over Loops. However, they are tied, right? So that Loops-Furia fight is going to be a constant talking point.
It really is. And I mean, they're just getting closer. Now you're sitting about 40 points back from Influence Rage, which is about similar where Loop started from. I think they were about 42 or 44 points back out of the top 5. So we haven't really gained or lost too much going on for Furia and Loops Esports, but you got to keep it in check, right? Twisted Minds, they are just putting the points on the board, securing themselves into the top 3, which I'm feeling more comfortable because anywhere from 4th through 7th right now, very interchangeable, especially when we start getting into those bonus points the rest of the week.
Yeah, I'm looking at also the gap between Team Liquid and Alpha7. It still stays pretty manageable. I know at the start of the day, we were looking at Alpha7 as maybe collapsing or at least catching up to Team Liquid, Dave. But, it seems as if the last 2 games haven't necessarily been the best for them, but there's still a chance to close a lot of that 30-point gap.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at my notes here. I believe they started today between 1st and 2nd. It was 56 total points.
Okay.
I'll need to double check. As of right now, it's 26. So Alpha7, they have been closing the gap here. All day, though, for Team Liquid, it's been a rough day. I'm not going to lie. They really haven't been doing much here. If I am Team Liquid, I'm looking at that 26-point difference, and I'm starting to get nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting nervous because when Alpha7 are on it, nothing stops them. And that's just been the day for Alpha7 here today.
can attest for that. I mean, you look at Esports World Cup, prime example, and now they got all the confidence in the world to finally dethrone Team Liquid, who are the current PMSL America's champions. It is their championship to defend. AGG off the back of their great game will move up to 10th place over X Factor. Sad day for NA, Tiff, but that's okay. We'll be back on top soon enough.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, right? Maybe if this is week number 4, where, you know, only 2 or so day plays left, maybe then I'll start worrying about it. But for now, we've been seeing moments of brilliance from both of our NA teams that we talked about at the top of the show.
Oh, I like that. It's a cherry on top. Moments of brilliance for you NA folks out there. I like it. All right. 4 games down and, well, 2 more to go. We'll be hopping into Miramar relatively soon. But as we do go to the break, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Wancho from Inco Gaming after his game number 3 performance. Let's hear what Wancho had to say.
All right, guys. Here we are with Wancho after match 3. Well, they're still playing right now. Wancho, night and day from last week to just 3 matches now. 3rd, 4th place right now. Victory earlier. What's clicking now?
I don't know. I mean, now we finally had a long talk with the coach and our CEO. So I guess that kind of changed our mentality going into these games. And I mean, we can see the change now.
A little insight of what was said on those talks. Whatever you can. If you can't say nothing, that's fine too.
No puedo. I can't.
No, okay, no, that's fine, but you guys seem to be really clicking. I mean, that play with Inactive, he didn't get the kills, but he knocked 2 guys right there at the end inside the little house. Something went right. Whatever it was a pull of the year or or whatever it was. It's working.
It is.
But
yeah.
No.
There's still some little tiny mistakes we need to fix so we can close games out with, you know, a little more points, and hopefully we can get that fixed this week.
One last thing, Wancho. In one moment, you were nearly 50 points away from X Factor in the PMGC points. Now we're nearly 200. 180 the last time I saw, and that was 2 matches ago. So things are going well. I guess you guys were worried about that too, because that was a big opportunity that could slip out of your hands. That's not happening, or at least for now, it's remedied.
I mean, like I told you before, no worries about the PMGC points. We know we're better, so I mean, we'll push through at the end of the tourney, hopefully, and go to PMGC.
2 weeks. Panchito, let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 11. We've seen 4 wonderful games and a big game coming out from Twisted Minds with 12 eliminations, the winner chicken dinner, and therefore solidifying even more so their spot in 3rd place. The question is, who will catch up to them? A lot of teams are looking to close the gap. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, bringing in our casters of Spider Tiff and Mustache Dave. Last game was incredible for a number of reasons. Once again, very proud of NRG, and the way that they pushed Team Liquid was phenomenal. Hopefully they keep that energy up going into Miramar. Speaking of which, Dave, the last time we were on Miramar was Alpha7 getting a win and 5 eliminations, brother.
By the way, I love the interviews by Sal Patch. Right there, the Inco one's like, hey, you won. Now you're only 200 points behind 5th place. What's the game plan?
It keeps it real.
It keeps it real. And no, you really get some decent insights, from these players who are there in the game and just their overall mindset, right? So these interviews have been providing a ton of context, so keep it up. But what'd you ask me about? Alpha7?
Alpha7, Dave. Alpha7.
Is that who you asked me about? Alpha7.
Yeah,
what a team,
they won.
Man.
They
World
won last
champs.
Miramar.
World champs. What
and
a
Miramar
squad,
champs.
Man. This squad, they won around $500,000 this year. How much more money can they win? That's my question for Alpha7. How much more money do you guys want to win this year? Because honestly, it is on the table. You got $250,000 total prize pool right now. And then you got PMGC. Like, the whole squad's looking to buy a couple houses in Brazil after this year, without a doubt.
Sure. Well, that's a question we could ask Sarpatch to ask, right? How much money do you
have a Roth IRA?
Do you have a Roth IRA? How many jackets do you have to make up for that, right? I've been having a different outfit, by the way, every single time we come back from break. It's kind of weird, but I'm making it work, all right?
Yeah,
because
we're in Discord typing about it.
Hey, Discord, by the way, follow that link if you want an opportunity, right, to join the Discord. We help you all do because we want to get you all involved. But Miramar coming up, Alpha7, the previous champs of it, but not bad for Twisted Minds, Tiff. They returned to a map where they got 2nd place after the momentum shift, which obviously favors them getting a 1st place just a little bit ago with 12 eliminations. So going into Miramar, very excited to see how many points they can continue to get, right, because they're also a roster looking to catch up to Alpha7.
They really are. And if you think about where that play zone went in that first time we saw Miramar today, it was not easy for the large majority of our squads, but Twisted Minds had one of the best rotations that could have occurred towards that end game. Now, I don't know if they're going to get luck on their side for this bout on Miramar. Who knows? We could be going to the Northwestern things and Alpha7 could just be like, all right, finally. But even with that, Alpha7 convert on that crazy rotation they have to make. But they've also had a slew of top 3 finishes as well throughout today. Same with Twisted Minds. So both of those teams, despite not getting any bonus points, are having a show for sure.
Well, Influence Rage, I believe, was able to pass up Team Queso in the standings, or at least it's very close. It's getting within like 12 points, I want to say. So for Team Queso, this is a map that they need to do fairly well on. Dave, they've been relatively hit or miss at times. Granted, last week was a good week for them as a whole. This is a good map for them, given the fact that, yeah, they didn't place in the top 3, but they at least got 5th place last Miramar, 10 eliminations. So this could be the map they need in order to, jump back up with a decent lead over Influence Rage, therefore solidifying their top 5 spot.
Yeah, every team, they have, good and bad days, right? And fortunate for Team Queso, their bad day is on a non-bonus point day, not only for them, but all teams involved, right? So I'm looking at Team Queso. We're talking about Kolgo, top damage dealer, top elim leader in the lobby. Homie is having a tournament. You got Big Milo, Little Milo, the tandem duo working back and forth. They're doing a great job. And then Poppy Pocho. I think altogether, the squad, they have what it takes to finish top 5, right, at the end of this tournament. And honestly, if you're not Alpha7, if you're not Team Liquid, top 5's the goal right now. So Team Queso, not too concerned. I know you keep chatting about Influence Rage. Now, that's a squad that I am concerned with when we're talking the top 5.
Okay.
I don't know if they got what it takes. I'm just going to be real. So that's the team I'm worried about here out of this mix.
Wow.
Wow, so that's interesting. So you don't know if they have it within them for top 5. Now, I think I brought this up last week, and you questioned me when I said that, and that's fine. I'm not saying that as a day by any means. I'm curious, what changed your mind from last week to this week why you feel like Influence Rage isn't potentially a top 5 team?
What, last week I said they were?
No, well, last week, because I was like, oh, Influence Rage, I think they're on the downtrend.
Yeah,
and maybe it wasn't you, but they're definitely the desk. Like, there were some other talents that were like, ooh, that's a hot take. I don't think that's the right call at this point. Because I just felt it in my gut watching Influence Rage in the position that they were kind of cruising. And that was the narrative I set. But there was other talent saying that they were doing okay. So I don't know if it was you per se that ended up saying like, oh, Influence Rage may not be a top 5 team, or they still are very much a top 5 team. But it seems as if you're agreeing with me from my narrative last week.
Yeah, I agree with you, man.
But why?
Wow.
They're not a top 5 team, man. What are you talking about? There's been so many instances where they could get the winner chicken dinner, but instead homie's in a bush just looking at what's happening. I mean, that's why, right? Top 5, sure, they're doing good. They got 288 total eliminations. So when they do get into these team fights in the mid game and the early game, they're coming out on top with their aggression. But come late game, they just change it up. I feel like the nerves get the better of them in the late game. They play a little too passive when I feel like they could definitely be proactive in those situations and just seal the deal and get the winner chicken dinner. And the reason I'm saying they're not top 5 is because I'm looking at squads that aren't top 5 that should be, and Loops is one of them. All right. Loops is a team, like you keep talking about, on the upward trend. And when we look at Loops as a whole, Nizala, Nino, Rafina, we've been seeing some clutch plays from these players, and I predict they'll be top 5. I mean, that's why. Team Queso top 5, Alpha7 top 5, Twisted Minds top 5, Team Liquid top 5. My only question is who's going to be that 5th place? Is it Influence, Furia, Loops? Out of those 3, it's Loops without a doubt.
I think so. I think Loops Tiff is the best call. I do. And by the way, Loops, 8 eliminations last time they were on Miramar, and they are within striking distance of knocking Influence Rage outside of top 5 for the first time.
Look, I think it can go either Furia, it can either go Loops. And here's why. It's just 2 teams that are both different because one is better at getting frags as the other one's opposed to getting rank points. So we have a couple mistakes that we just need to focus on in terms of Furia. Like if we want to convert, find more eliminations to go alongside those rank points. If I'm Loops, I want to go deeper into the games because we're clearly focused on getting those frags. And like you said, Dave, sure, we are on the backs. Like we are literally 40 or so points away from Influence Rage, who really hasn't been able to make the most out of their bonus points. They're sitting, Loops has done more in that regards, and Furia is almost there. The only thing that Influence Rage has done that has quite frequently bested Furia and Loops is just they have more eliminations. They're sitting about, 45 or 50 above Furia, but only about 10 or so over Loops. So we're really just talking just minor details here in between those 3 squads. So if you think about the bonus points that we're going to witness this week, maybe Loops, maybe Furia, one of them just has a banger day. Next thing you know, Influence Rage is like, I should have seen this one coming, especially with the downward trend from week 2.
The benefit, though, of this season and last season is we have the bonus points, and that's a major, major narrative. Today is one thing, but bonus points in the future days is another. 2 more bonus days remain for each of the 4 respective groups, and that includes Influence Rage, Furia, Loops, and others. And there could be another team outside of the talking points of, just on the cusp of breaking into top 5. They could be on the second page that might make a miracle run over their next 2 bonus points days in 2 weeks in general. This is just the start of week number 3. Who knows how it's going to unfold come Sunday going into week number 4. Map number 5 is here. We're going into Miramar for the second time today, where Alpha7 are the current champs. Will they lock it in once again? Spider Tiff, Mustache Dave, let's find out.
Look, if I'm Alpha7, Dave, I want to lock it in. That points gap between Alpha7 and Team Liquid has been diminishing. Alpha7 knew what they had to do, especially knowing that everyone's on equal footing here for today. But the final match on Miramar, you can see the first time we're kind of bringing in from that eastern side. So Alpha7 will be one of those teams to get on the ground just last, unless they do elect to go their secondary drop. But hopefully the play zone proves to be a little less watery.
Locking it in. Yeah, hopefully, considering it's Miramar, I mean, that's what I would have thought earlier on, but we got like a 50-50 splits with the circles, and so crazy to think about, especially on a map as dry as Miramar. So hopefully this one, a lot more landlocked compared to our first Miramar of the evening. as we get into the mix here. So Twisted Minds coming off of a winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, almost 2,000 damage done. Going to be a team right there on the coast, the East Coast, best coast, by the way. Looking over there at the circle, though. Okay, so not a lot of teams are in it right now, but a lot better of a zone number 1 compared to our first Miramar, Tiff.
Very true. It's polar opposite. So will be quite interesting to see how this one throws down here. But if I'm Alpha7, I already know I've got the furthest north side of things. And if NRG wants to rotate on in through me after they loot up, sure, that's great. For X Factor and Furia, who are just going to have to focus on the task at hand, it's going to be who decides to get down on that lower island first. Does it pull that far? You never know.
Yeah,
Look, I'm all
for
the wildness. I want a lower island play zone.
Yeah, Furia out here. Silence with the UMP taking some shots at Baton with his AKM 6 times. Lean peeking right there. Silence better get out of harm's way, because I see the other squad mates of X Factor trying to close the gap, trying to wrap behind Silence. Silence is only a matter of time before they are going to be silenced here in a 1v3.
Ooh, I mean, we remember this early on, right? Some of those fights that occurred really quick with X Factor and Furia, and then next thing you know, they got third-partied. So keep eyes out on that, especially if this doesn't end quite easily. Baton bringing up the vehicle from the rear. Silence start to filter out towards the balcony, but we are just separated, and they're probably like, you are a lost cause. Good luck. Have fun.
See ya. Here comes Furia. The rest of Silence's squad mates pulling up in their vehicles. Are they going to commit? Ooh, we got the M249 and the Winchester out here. But FS from behind with the YOG, with the initial shots over here. Trying to survive the barrage of M249 bullets. FS really low, looking for the alternate angle with the Tommy gun, able to get it. Another elimination going the way of the X Factor.
All right. I mean, look, get hyper aggro, especially with only 2 maps to go. Drive your vehicle into those storage containers. You love to see it. Now we're kind of stuck.
Yeah. Oh, you got this. There we go. When you get 2 eliminations, you're allowed to, you're allowed
to go rogue. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, they're driving like me out there, which is, I don't know if that's a good thing.
Talking about the zone, we really only have 2 teams that are truly in it. We got the Navy SEALs and Team Queso. Queso in Chumacera right now. They're gonna have first dibs on everything, essentially. Team Queso, one of the squads that we've been discussing tonight, having a cold day. Game 1, 2 eliminations. Game 2, a lot better with 10. But then after that, not much. Kind of radio silence from Team Queso. So hopefully on this Miramar game, they could pop off a little bit more here to inflate their overall stats, as they are going to be in 4th place on the overall. Right ahead of Influence Rage, but by not many points. Yeah, not many points at all.
3 points separating them from Influence Rage. So this is going to be a really big deal for both of those squads. And Team Queso, if there's one thing that's to be said, is they are the 2nd best fragging team that we currently have in the Americas right now. The only team that's actually bested them in eliminations is Team Liquid, who really haven't had the best showing today, which has allowed a lot of teams to start to carve back on those difference makers. The only thing that Team Queso really needs to work on is making the most of those bonus points, because you talked about it right earlier at the top of the show. Team Liquid, Alpha7, Twisted Minds, they've already gotten triple digits from their bonus points. Team Queso has the least of any team in the top 5.
Yeah, it's wild to think about, honestly. And you also brought up another great point. Is like, when Team Liquid aren't really performing, it opens up the overall leaderboard. So not only Alpha7, but just the whole top 5 in general, right? Like the whole top 5 have been able to really solidify themselves up here. And gained so much ground on the overall leaderboard because Team Liquid, they're not the ones in the lobby getting 10 eliminations, 12 eliminations, getting high placements per map. So it just goes to show you how impactful this one squad in particular is in this lobby and the respect that they deserve. So with 2 more games to go, hopefully Team Liquid, hopefully they could bounce back just a little bit, you know, strengthen their overall lead, because Alpha7, they have been putting in some work here today without a doubt.
They really have. They've been quite consistent, which is one of the things that we always talked about in the spring season in particular. Obviously, they then go on to be world champs, and they come in just trying to usurp the top of the leaderboard here. But for IG and Vicious, you just keep running into each other on this rotation, just trying to survive here and make it into that next play zone. You are the two that are the farthest on that southeastern side of things, and you are neck and neck on these rotates.
Getting a little glimpse of the lane. Havlik, that's going to set X Factor back a little bit. Havlik, top damage dealer on the squad here. Going to be checking out a little early on. X Factor looting up Val Del Mar right there. That nice shoreline town. Beautiful place to visit this time of year. Looking around, NRG El Pozo, 9Z El Pozo. But over here, Twisted Minds looking to get a couple pokes here on teams rotating around them. That's going to be IG Remix doing the scouting there, able to survive, avoid those shots.
Saw some big moves from Twisted Minds in that last match on Sandhawk, a win with 12 eliminations. And well, you're setting yourselves up to kind of keep on clawing up that leaderboard. I believe there's only about just over 50 or around points between you and Alpha7, which it's crazy to think that that's the gap that we're seeing for Team Liquid.
Oh, no.
Just on rotates consistently. Furia's got the high ground. We're separated on out. We are just going through it.
I cannot believe Chief crashed into a tree, but that's not what I can't believe. I can't believe he's able to survive that. You had 2 members of Furia taking shots at Chief's vehicle, but for some reason didn't blow it up.
Thank goodness for
Thank
that.
goodness
I mean,
for
maybe
Chief,
they're starting to feel
but
bad.
What was that? That was an easy point right there. Okay.
Well, we'll keep eyes on it. For now, we're not necessarily going down to the island like I was really wanting to, which makes sense. There really wasn't a lot of playable space in that next play zone, so it's understandable. For the teams like Alpha7, you were waiting for this to kind of shore up like that. Team Queso has moved into the dead center of this zone and now just gets to see who's all around them. Influence Rage following Twisted Minds from the south, and quite frankly, Diego's running some people over.
Diego doing Diego things here. Gonna be looking at the Navy SEALs. They're able to zoom right by Team Queso, who weren't properly set up for their roadblock here. Milo's still trying to play catch up. Here comes Twisted Minds going right through the city as well between Team Queso and their current position. Looks like the Navy SEALs are going to be doubling back, finding a place to call home for the time being. Surprise Team Queso not really taking too many shots on people as Kolgo back against the wall. Sees 2 members from Twisted Minds. We see their vehicle, their coupe out there in the distance. Nice parking job. Kolgo relaying this intel back to his squad mate. It's going to be popping up with the DBS. There's one onto Rata Boy. Going to be opening the door saying knock knock hello. Getting a quick confirm, and now here comes the collapse from Team Queso.
Oh, you gotta watch out from that vehicle just falling out of the sky. Someone didn't park it safely in any way, shape, or form, and now we've entered the building, DBS in hand. Coldgoat jumps right around Guizao, and the battle for the staircase occurs, and Twisted Minds, just like that, eliminated by Team Queso.
The curse of the previous game, winner, winner, chicken dinner, still true, and, well, that right there, the attention grabber of Twisted Minds and Team Queso was able to allow Influence Rage to sneak their way into the town that Big Milo was holding down, because Team Queso, they had a soft 2-2 split holding down these positions, but because they focused on that fight, now Influence Rage was able to backfill their old positions. So Influence Rage definitely need to send some flowers over tonight's dinner towards Of course, Twisted Minds right there for sacrificing themselves. But a lot of teams in this town right now, Tiff.
Hey, look, I mean, this is what we knew was going to happen, especially if we were going to see this play zone kind of shift on over here. Inco Gaming still trying to get out of the blue and maneuver their way over, but we pull up just a bit towards the eastern side of things. Alpha7 still looking nice in terms of their positioning, but you think about who's neighboring them. You've got VIP, you've got Furia. Things can get messy, especially with X Factor and the Navy SEALs and Team Queso fresh off that fight still on that south side.
Ooh, NRG up here on the high ground. Fate's going to be out there in the distance getting the intel. It's going to be 9Z trying to avoid the NRG gatekeep here. Like they took some shots a little early on. We'll be alerting 9Z to quickly make the retreat here. So a little missed opportunity, but regardless, NRG have a really nice position right now with their 3-1 split on the edge out here of the west. Eventually 9Z, they're going to have to push their way in. So it's either going to be through NRG or AGG. It's only a matter of time.
It really is. But I mean, at least every other team is still relatively healthy. Furia, a duo, IG down to 3, X Factor still a 3. Not too bad, but honestly, Team Queso are just showing up to the occasion. The fact is, they are just proving to be such formidable opponents in terms of these fights that they just seem to string in their favor no matter what it is. Then you kind of grab the buggy, start hailing up towards the north, and it's like, what is our next matter of business? Do we just go straight into the Navy SEALs, or do we carve towards the east and take down IG?
Yeah, they're going to be waiting a little bit to see where this next circle goes and really see if they can take advantage of their opponents, if they can make a little mistake, maybe over peek a window. But talking about mistakes, looks like 9Z doubling back over here, trying to work their way up the hill that NRG will holding down. Looks like 9Z kind of sending it in one by one. Cinetexa on the front lines trying to toss out a smoke to get some soft cover on the playing field. They're going to be pulling up with 5 grenades. Might be able to get the pickup on their squad mate, but I'm not sure. Cinetexa, okay, now we are of Specs off angle. Spec taking some shots over there. But Cinetexa should be able to get this pickup unless NRG double back. And I do see 24K cooking some grenades over there. Yes,
you
sir.
really are, Eric God, trying to find some angles. Maybe we can rip NRG off the high ground just throughout all the nooks and crannies of the topography of the map, and you start to open yourself up to it. And I'm like, it just takes one member of NRG going rogue to hit a peek on 9Z, especially if you're out here worried about what's behind you, as well as X Factor, Caprice, Spec, not like that.
X Factor they just won't let it up tonight. X Factor, NRG, they have been constantly clashing all night long. The two North American teams always in the elimination feed up against each other. That's going to open up this push for 9Z just a little bit, as now NRG, they need to rethink their plan, as they are going to be looking at the new play zone here, Tiff.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, for Alpha7, you're still loving what you're seeing for Team Queso. Maybe going up towards that eastern side of things is exactly where you needed to be in terms of looking to take those fights against potentially IG. But you do have to worry about what is the Vicious also doing in that nearby vicinity, and knowing that Loops, they're scary to fight as well, and they're not afraid to go ahead and swarm in on a third party, especially when you still have Influence Rage breathing down your neck.
Yeah, here we go. Another knock. Another knock going the way of Team Queso. Gotta be Influence Rage getting picked apart. Big Milo pushing out the compound, probably trying to get that confirmation. Is going to be immediately traded out right there, crawling back to their teammates, hoping and praying they can get the pickup in time. That way they can keep all 4 alive. Like Influence Rage, though, they're going to be looking to be proactive after that knock.
Look, Influence Rage, A7 starting to get mixy early as well. It just seems like everyone wants a piece of X Factor. For Influence Rage, you're just trying to find a way to open this fight up even further against Team Queso, now down to a trio, because these are the two right next to each other on those overall standings. And if Influence Rage can take down Team Queso and then go the distance in this map, that allows them to get back into that third place.
Oh, Senatex pulling up right now with the coupe, swapping to the pump shotgun. We saw Diego jump into the shack, a little shotgun battle going back and forth. Diego able to come out on top right there, but for how long? Because now here comes the other squad mates of 9Z with something to say, and there goes Diego.
Well, I love how we were just talking about how Influence Rage was looking to take down Team Queso and really start to work on getting above them in terms of the overall standings, and then this happens, and now we're just feeding more eliminations toward Boat. 9Z still healthy here, but just a duo sandwich between these two, and this is just an unfortunate circumstance over here.
Yeah, Influence Rage really looked like they couldn't make up their mind. They were trying to take the fight, trying to take advantage of the knock they got on Team Queso, but Diego just spent a little too much time in the back line right there trying to hold down their position, and unfortunate for them, 9Z also decided to crash over here in the general area. So Influence Rage kind of falling apart right there. Unfortunate for them, especially when we talk about a team right there on the cusp, on the line, a qualifying top 5 for PMGC. But going back to this fight, X Factor and NRG, baby.
Hey, it's
1v1?
still here.
1v2, 1v2.
Baton, yeah, he could do it. He throws the frag there, doesn't necessarily give him what he wants, and has to push on down, finds
1v1?
one from behind. Can we take this push? We do. Cleans it on up. Baton, you are so good in the close range situations like that.
X Factor and NRG, just like a fly to a light. They just could not get enough of each other. And well, Baton coming out on top of this one. Hopefully we'll be able to get the pickup on FS, who is bleeding over there with the Groza. You see Kowski across the road from Furia. Yeah, Carrillo with the UMP. That's why we weren't going for the pickup. So Baton, the last one alive for North America. X Factor out here as NRG are going to be eliminated here. We have a little 1v1 action over here on the edge between Furia and X Factor. Regardless, Tiff, both these players, I don't think they're going to make it that far on the Spirit Bar map. There's just too many teams alive still.
You're not wrong, and Alpha7 is just sitting there on that western side, just gatekeeping that play zone for absolutely everyone. And that is going to be very difficult to try and manage around that.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. Baton going to be popping the buggy, taking some blue zone damage, trying to wrap around. Oh no, Kowski jumping up right there, avoiding the buggy run over. Was able to swap to his shotgun right in time, survive a little longer, but here comes the vicious crashing loops, Tiff.
Hey, kind of tough, but maybe we hit that pickup, but you can just see we're looking for angles. We've got our weapon, maybe a pop-up here, but I love that we're exercising that trigger discipline and not necessarily full sending just yet.
Huge mistakes being made on the side of loops. They had a team on teammate grenade, and that's going to open this one up. David on the ledge through the window with the alternate angle, catching him off guard, leaving only 2 more loops players alive. Can Nazel get the ricochet off the windowsill, connect the grenade, forget about the grenade, pushing down the stairs with the UMP, and it's up to Rafina, the last one alive right now for loops. They got a UMP. It's a 1v1, Tiff.
You know, I think Loops might be able to clutch this one up, but let's see what you're able to do. If you can pick them up, stack the numbers in your favor, give yourself that player advantage. Because it doesn't seem like Loops is going to be able to do that as well. We're just focusing on healing, maybe getting some lethals up there on that second story. And honestly, if I'm Rafina, I just need to get out of here. You start to realize there are multiple players on up. And they're just going for fulls, but we take the angles with the UMP and keep on pre-firing. You've got to avoid the shotties, though. That's going to hurt, and we don't really have any nades to kind of just isolate off these windows if they push straight into it.
No nades, no mollies. No time to heal up. Oh, the jump shot right there. The seal, the deal, the Vicious coming out on top of that push up against Loops. 4 eliminations going the way of the Vicious, but their duo still alive. Loops walking away with 2 points here this game. Interesting skirmish happening out there on the east side, but we're going to turn our attention to AGG, who have been consistently showing up to late game as 4 up. They're kind of just sizzling out from there. So let's see what they can accomplish here on match number 5.
Still in that mid game though, and we've got a lot of teams up, still pretty healthy. We have Inco as solo, Team Liquid as solo. Team Liquid just cannot get out of those early game rotations. And you see with that play zone update, it's Cardozan all the way up on the north. You got VIP swarming around them alongside as All Glory Gaming. For Alpha7, what they've done is they've cleared out the west. They can set their sights on whatever playable space they want.
Cardozan. Another horrible game tonight for Team Liquid. 0 eliminations, 9th place. If they get taken out here, that's 0 place in points. Was getting shot at right there from VIP. Now probably getting shot at by AGG. So 2 different squads really trying to get this point. Cardozan going to be going out to the blue zone right there. Rough
Kind of
night.
unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, they're still in the lead, so, like,
They
you're
are.
on top of the overall standings. You're inside the top 5. You're cemented there. I mean, between you and 5th place is about 110 points prior to this map. So even if this is your worst day, think of how many games total you have to play. 120. And we are just right over that halfway mark.
Totally agree. But Alpha7, they are taking advantage of the fact that Team Liquid are not performing. Alpha7 with 4 up, 6 eliminations so far. And they're going to be just straight up taking up all the terrain on that west side. But over here, VIP Myth up close and personal with AGG in a 4v4, Tiff.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm AGG, I want to clear this one out. Navy Kings, though, and VIP, like, some of these players have just been looking so good. But I don't know. Inco Gaming, the solo, gets found out. We pop into the vehicles. We want to close up, take that high ground, take the battle straight to VIP. I don't know if we're going to connect on that, though. And Myth has still got the cross and is just kind of proned over there. He might get crunched. He does.
Roadkill. Let's see what Strap can do, though. In the smokes popping up. Surprise. UMP taking out Melgar right there. Both teams also need to be cautious not to overextend because Alpha7 is on the low ground with some sight lines. And Alpha7, they're a squad. If they hear the action, they are going to take advantage of it. I see them in their vehicles. So both VIP and AGG need to look to clean this one up as quickly as possible before getting third-partied.
Very real possibility they get third party, especially with Alpha7 wanting to get involved. They're already on 7 eliminations. They're feeling competitive here, knowing that Team Liquid is out of the lobby, and this is the best way for them to start to carve back on that. They've had a phenomenal performance, already cutting it in half, and here it is. McGrellin with the frag is going to connect, and 7 starting to get a little mixy. Look at a little loss. We connect some shots onto Carrillo, but that's gonna hurt. And it's only a matter of time before AGG falls to Alpha7.
Lost in the sauce right here, and there's only really a duo concentrating on your squad. There goes McGrellin, but Carrillo with the support, trying to make sure that his squad mate doesn't get thirsted. Is going to be forced to pull back. The health just really low. Needed to hit that reload on the UMP. But his squad mate's still alive. McGrellin did not get thirsted there, surprisingly enough. By Rivas, the last one alive for AGG. So we got a grenade, Tiff. A grenade and a dream to take out the duo in the front lines from Alpha7.
You know, sometimes that's enough. But for Team Queso, if I am them, I'm already on 12 eliminations. This is a phenomenal performance from them. But are we surprised here? We already said this is one of the best fragging teams in terms of our squads here. They've already gotten over 300. Cole Goat today alone breached 100. Like, this is just insane. And the way that they are descending upon IG. Milos here just has to find those angles because Vicious is helping him out too. But we want the eliminations for Team Queso.
Yeah, here comes the collapse. Team Queso trying to make sure that these eliminations don't get ripped from underneath them. And now we're down to just 2 teams. Team Queso with 14 eliminations. Alpha7 with 11. Alpha7, they're going to be on the high ground with the entire team alive. Meanwhile, Team Queso, they're going to be down a member, Big Milo. So a 3v4 situation. King of the Hill right here between 2 really strong squads on Miramar.
All right. Now we're taking angles and those shots are connecting. Cole, wow. Okay, now I see it. See exactly why you've been a threat, but McGrellin with an arm on him. Oh my God.
I think Mafioso has an AWM as well, sending it up close and personal. Rebo with the shotgun, taking down Poppy Potro, leaving just one more Team Queso member, and that's gonna be it. Alpha7 with a winner. Winner chicken dinner. 14 eliminations. Alpha7 are continuing to see Team Liquid not show up today. Dabs right there, and they are taking advantage of it here, Tiff.
A 24-point win. We were talking at the top of for this Miramar match with Reflections in particular that Alpha7, they had that initial win, and could they do it again? Well, welcome back Reflections, because they did.
Yes, they did, and such a big way they do it as well. Not only because they get 14 eliminations, as you said it right, scoring 24 total points, cutting that gap between them and Team Liquid down, but they do it in a way where Team Liquid doesn't perform. Team Liquid does not show up once again. This has to be one of the worst days I've seen from Team Liquid as of yet, Dave.
No, it is the worst day. I mean, every single day, Team Liquid have constantly been able to put up the most points on average compared to any squad in the lobby. They came into today with a 56-point lead between them and Alpha7, and I don't know off the top of my head, but I feel like they've only gotten like 5 points today. I am going to need a confirmation on that one. But Team Liquid, full tilt mode today, in my opinion. And hopefully it doesn't carry over, though, because, you know, 10 points. Okay, we got confirmation. 10 total points. So that's like a Navy SEALs number.
It's or intense game. Yeah, it's down there. I think
they swap seats or something today. I don't know. Navy SEALs are getting more points than the Team Liquid squad.
Yeah, maybe. I think they've scored 4 or 5 eliminations total today, which is just not ordinary. I know last week I was being critical of Alpha7. I was like, you know, Alpha7 hadn't scored top 3 all day, and that's really unordinary for them as well. But obviously today they've been on fire. They're looking incredible. And Team Queso as well, Tiff, this is a big victory for them, regardless of them not getting first place. The fact that they score 14 eliminations, they get a second place. Today, they've been on fire. Like, they've genuinely had a great day, to the point now they are putting themselves in competition with the top 3 once again, which is a great thing for Team Queso because they've been out of that conversation for a little bit now.
Yeah, the only thing I really want from Team Queso is the next time we see their bonus points come through is to make the most of those. We already know you can frag, but like lock it in and let those bonus points do the work, because everyone that is situated above you on the leaderboard has done exactly that. I think that's the only real difference maker between Team Queso and even Twisted Minds, Alpha7. But you gotta think, Team Queso's had 7 eliminations. They are the second most winning roster here in the Americas.
Yeah, they are, and also have the #1 Slayer in Americas as well with Coco. So they've got a lot going for them, and they're still looking great, despite maybe a couple of questions being raised last week in the middle of week number 2. The Vicious, though, they returned to top 3, a team that has been on the rise, much in the conversation of loops. Dave, this was a great game for them. They're still fighting tooth and nail to make a top 5 run.
Yeah, I don't know. That's only going to pass with Power Bang, man. When Power Bang was here, that was the Vicious's day. Yeah, sure. Today, the Vicious had one solid game. They're still going to be 70 points behind Influence in 5th place. Honestly, I want to see the overall because it has been a Alpha 7 day. I am curious how many points now.
Oh yeah,
2 points. 2 freaking
It's getting
points.
real.
Alpha
It
7,
is.
2 chickens. They have a total of 11 chickens in the entirety of the
That's
tournament.
insane.
Team Liquid, they need a win. All right, to end the night on a okay note because they have not. They haven't been clocking in today at all. And Alpha 7, they've been taking full advantage. 2 points. That is crazy how much they caught up today.
Yeah, 50 plus points, 56 points or something
That's
like
wild.
that.
That's
yeah,
wild. Wow.
It's and not on a bonus day, which is this is probably one of the best days we've seen on a Wednesday, right? A regular day without bonus points. Alpha 7 have been just incredible, and give credit to Loops. Loops will once again pass up Furia. Again, that's going to be a constant race. They still have a bit of a gap before they're able to catch up to 5th place, obviously. But the big thing is Team Queso now in Twisted Minds. There's not a lot of divide there, Tiff. If Team Queso can finish off strong on Erangel, they'll pass up Twisted Minds, reclaim 3rd place, therefore putting more pressure on Twisted Minds moving forward.
Yeah, it's just going to be a bounce back between those teams, but we jump on over to the second half of our rankings here, and to no surprise, there's no changes here. NRG would love to kind of keep trending northwards if we could, right? They're about 17 points away from the Vicious, who are sitting in 8th place, so to get on to at least that front page would be ideal for them. But All Glory Gaming, they found themselves in some good positioning spots in terms of where to approach these fights, but we just haven't really been able to stack them in our favor and convert to a lot of wins.
NRGs, even though they sit in 9th place and they're about to break onto the top page, they're still 87 points away from breaking into top 5. And then for the other roster, X Factor, who we've talked quite a bit about over the recent weeks, 124 points away. So it's getting to the point where even on a good bonus day, they're only going to break even if they even do that, because our top 5, matter of fact, our top 7 teams now are fighting so hard to solidify a PMGC slot that the teams on the second page, they're going to have to get serious, and they're going to have to start getting serious even on this next map coming up, which is going to be on Erangel. We've seen 5 wonderful maps, and Alpha 7 has made a historic run. Team Liquid, wake up. It's the final map of the day. Don't let Alpha 7 pass you, because it looks like they are absolutely about to do that. Now, Sour Patch had a chance to sit down with NRG's Fate after their Game 4 performance. Let's hear what Fate had to say.
All right, guys, match 4 is done. Here we are with Fate. Fate, are you want to fight? You're looking for something against Team Liquid? What's up?
No. It's just strategy. It's nothing against them. Honestly, we ran into TQ by accident. We didn't really even mean to. And then I guess I 3-pieced them, 1v3 them, and then we wanted to get Team Liquid too, but it's fine. We're just want to make sure, because they're on our rotation, we need to put some pressure, because it'll help us in the long run.
This match here, a good match, good points. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was definitely a good match. It got kind of weird at the end, the circle shifts. We had a lot of options to do. We decided to push. I think INF wiped them, and then we had, I think, Twisted or another team trying to third party us, and then, it didn't work out, but still did, pretty well.
I mean, you got good matches, 2 good matches.
Yeah.
2 good kills. That last Erangel against Team Queso, you just completely wiped them.
Yeah.
I was sad. I want Team Queso to do well, but it's a good job.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So, looking to the rest of the day, how are you guys feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. It's a new week, so we were kind of, all the adrenaline, all the energy we had from last week kind of settled down. So it's good that we're keeping somewhat of the momentum. We want to end the last 2 matches consistent, get some points, and end the day off good.
Awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Congrats. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 11. We've seen 5 games, and we need to see one more. We'll hop into Erangel on map number 6, where could be the big changer between Team Liquid and Alpha7. For the longest time, Team Liquid has had a tremendous lead, but Alpha7 is now threatening that lead. After their heroic effort today, even without bonus points, they've managed to close a 50-plus point gap between themselves and Team Liquid, who is in first place. Now, one game to decide it all. Who will take it? I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We bring in our casters, Spider Tiff and Mustache Dave. As we're loading up, I want to continue the conversation between Alpha7 and Team Liquid. And Tiff, we've got a graphic, a head-to-head to bring them together.
Ooh.
What are we looking at? And by the way, this is just from today.
This is harsh. That's what we're looking at. Like, obviously, Team Liquid is having a bad day, which in the grand scheme of thing, across 4 weeks, very real that we're going to have a one-off day. But the 6 eliminations to 36, the average damage per game, it's a very stark differential. You got 1,300 more going the way of Alpha7. 2 wins. This is just comparing someone's really probably a best day to potentially a worse day situation. And the fact is, Team Liquid is still on top. I mean, by 2 points now, but they're still up there.
Yeah, that means they had a 50-plus lead, right? That's kind of what they were banking on. Now, I will say this, and this is more severe. Today, this is very severe. Alpha7 did have a bad day. It was day number 9, where they did not place top 3 at all throughout the 6 games for the first time ever during the fall season. But even their performance then was a little bit better than what we're seeing now from Team Liquid, which is crazy. So 2 points, Dave. I mean, that's a big talking point. This next game, we might have a seismic shift between first and second.
Huge, and it would be the first one, right? Since day 1, hasn't Team Liquid been the team in the lead day 1?
No, because
day 2?
I think Influence Rage was in their day 1, but yeah, Team Liquid took it over in like second or third day, so it's been a long time.
Very early on. Yeah, they took the lead, so we had Influence Rage day 1 for about 2 minutes, and then Team Liquid since then. So this would be the 3rd time that we passed the crown, I guess you can say, for the first place position. Do I see it happening in this game? Yes, I do. Team Liquid, they really haven't been showing up here tonight. So with only 2 points being the deciding factor right now, holy cow, Alpha7. My fear is once when Alpha7 get a hold of it, I don't see them letting go of it. That's the issue here, in my opinion. So, and then we also saw the North America teams. I know we were chatting about them in the pre-show. NRG moved up a little bit. X Factor getting bumped down just a little bit as well. Like, I know 7 Worlds Gaming likes to wear those flower shirts for good luck for North America. He's going to need a jacket. He's going to need a hat. He's going to need to decorate his room in flowers.
Bouquet of roses.
We need all the flowers tomorrow with 7 Worlds Gaming because North America, NRG have been getting involved. Yeah, we saw a good fight here and there from X Factor. But when we're talking about the region as a whole, North America, where are we at? Where are we at on the overall leaderboards? I think NRG is 87 points behind.
That's right. Yeah.
87.
87. Yeah. And 100 plus for X Factor.
Yeah.
Which is caused a pause. So Team Liquid's been in first since day number 4, Tiff. Since day number 4. Alpha7, by the way, has never been in first throughout the entirety of the fall season, albeit they have always been top 5. No, they haven't. They dropped down to 7th place at one point, but that was their lowest. They've always been top page, though. So this is a big change. And Tiff, again, I've been very critical about Alpha7 for a long time now throughout the fall season. Where have they been? Why aren't they showing up? Why aren't they looking like the roster that I expect them to look like, not only from the spring season where they were just absolutely aggressive, but also from the Esports World Cup Championship where they got first place. So now this is the Alpha7 that is scary. This is the Alpha7 that is in championship form, and clearly teams cannot keep up.
Yeah, so something that they were talking about in terms of one of the interviews we witnessed is that people are not afraid to take fights here in the Americas, right? So you really never know what you're going to get. If someone decides to int on you, they pick up some damage, they're like, I'm full sending this. It doesn't really matter what happens to me. If you get fully into it can completely throw whatever you were trying to manage. And Alpha7, they've only increased week over week. You look back at their week 1 performance, they had 280 points. Week 2, 306. So we're still trending upwards, whereas Team Liquid, they've kind of tapered off. Yes, they've breached 300 points on average for week 1 and week 2, but they've only kind of had about 4 or 5 points separating them week over week. But we've already kicked off week number 3 on kind of the lowest end. But like you said, Alpha7, they've already had one bad day in their pocket. Now Team Liquid's kind of matching them on it. And if all of these teams are starting to feel comfortable inting Alpha7, what are the ways that they can get ahead of that and maybe focus on their rotations and their positioning? And it seems like today everything has been working out for them.
Has been. So what does this change, Dave? I mean, first and second place is one thing, but top 5 is the main goal, right? So what does this battle between A7 and Team Liquid change in the overall scheme of the fall season?
Let me spin the question to you, though, because you keep talking about it. You've had some issue with Alpha7 since day one. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Own it.
Listen, PMPL or PMSL spring, Alpha7, second place. World Cup, first place. They come into this season, they get like one or bad games. You're like, yeah, this team ain't it. What was that about, man? You did not believe the Alpha7. I think what happened is they started watching a North America broadcaster like this Reflections guy just doesn't believe in us, so we gotta start showing up here. Yeah, Team Liquid, they're having a bad day, so they're kind of catching a break in that sense. But the fact is, we saw last week on their bonus points, Alpha7 started to trend upwards. They started to really flip that switch and start to pop up when it matters. And I brought this up, I think, on like the second day. I said, week one's all about feeling out the lobby, laying down the fundamentals. And I believe that's what Alpha7 have been doing. They've just been testing their opponents, seeing what they're made out of before really showing what they got. And that's exactly what Alpha7 are doing now. They're going back to the world champs mentality, and they are kicking butt and taking names.
That just took them a little bit to get there. That's all I'm saying, right? Alpha7, and they did say that. They did say in one of the interviews that, hey, they weren't playing like they wanted to play. They realized that they're shaking off the rust. Well, the rust has completely been shaken off, and it's pure chrome at this point. It's shiny chrome. You can see yourself in it like a reflection, like reflections. Here it is, map number 6, Aaron Gale. We're hopping into it. Will Alpha7 pass up Team Liquid on this final game and once and for all take first place to never give it up again? Well, let's find out. Spider Tip Mustache Dave, let's go.
Let's go. If I'm Alpha7, I want that to happen. But you think back to Aaron Gale, Inco Gaming win match number 1 of the day. Then Loops Esports come in swinging with a 10 elimination win on our next bout. But the final map of the day, the final Aaron Gale. Can it be done? I want to see maybe Team Queso bounce ahead of Twisted Minds. I want to see Alpha7 bounce ahead of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Queso coming off of a really solid second place right there. 14 total eliminations. Cold Goat with 5, Poppy Pocho with 4, Milo with 4, and Big Milo with 1. So they are definitely feeling primed, ready to go here in the final game of the evening. Match number 6, day 11, as all of our players are going to be hopping out the plane. Of course, Team Liquid, they needed it. Honestly, they needed it. They haven't really been getting too many circles going their way tonight, so might as well give them this one. Going to be right smack on top of where they like to drop, Military Base Island. So Team Liquid catching a huge break in the final game of the evening, hopefully looking to double their points, as we saw on that beautiful graphic. Only 10 points, only 10 points tonight. Meanwhile, A7 with 64.
That's dirty. Look, you're okay, but the last time you called out some of the other teams, they actually answered back with a win. So if Team Liquid does just that, I'm sure Reflections is going to swap jackets. We're going to celebrate. It'll be a party for the end of the show. But for Alpha7, the rotate that they have to make to get down towards Military Base, we are going the distance.
They're going the distance. Team Queso not risking this one either. They're going to be just straight up piling in vehicles and going to Military Base Island right off the rip. So we're gonna have a couple teams prioritizing circle number 1, VIP, 9Z, Team Queso, Influence Rage, and then of course Team Liquid. So a couple teams gonna be hunkering down, finding a position to hopefully take advantage of these other squads who are not in circle number 1. Tiff, let me ask you, favorite moment of tonight? Do you have any like standout, highlightable moments that are just like, yeah, that
Fates 1v3.
Oh, that's quick. That's quick. I like that. What about Fates and a glider? What about that?
I mean, look, this is a close second. This is kind of nice.
The
I say
only
we just
team.
stay here.
The only
I feel
team.
like I'm looking at Jurassic Park. It's not Miramar anymore. I'm just like, oh God, if you look over there, you can see the wild T-Rex doing whatever they do best, probably eating people. Yeah. Cranky.
Cranky mate.
Justice for the crocodile man.
So NRG, they've been the only team in the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas to take a glider rotation. So there was one game where Fate crashed into a tree, the glider blew up, and he just blew up with the glider.
We're planning for something here.
Yeah.
You got the glider,
Yeah.
you got the boat. We're gonna lay siege. We are storming the beaches of military base.
And then last week they redeemed themselves because they took a glider rotate and they actually won that game. So right now, kind of like the predictions, the 50-50 coin toss, it's a 50% win rate with the glider rotate here coming out for NRG. As we're going to be landing this bad boy right there in the water. Nice.
No fuel, no problems.
No
I can swim
weapons
it.
either. Okay.
Maybe they're gonna pick them on up. That's what they're
Okay,
doing. Especially
okay.
when we heard from Casper in the interview early on. He was like, my beloved Fate.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
the water rescue. I know 24K is out here operating the boat, but we are in hot pursuit of saving NRG.
I'm not gonna lie. They're probably gonna get wiped here, just because.
Stop it.
Listen, they got
Nope.
heart. They got heart. All right, I can't give
We
them
got
that.
passion.
They got passion. More passion. But they have no weapons. No weapons. And
We have one weapon.
one weapon. I guess
One.
they can share it amongst themselves somehow. Hopefully, they got enough ammo. But Spec and Fate leaving the mainland with no weapons in the glider, and then on top of that, running out of gas over here in the open. It's going to be interesting, Tiff. It's going to be interesting. That's a fact.
It's a
fact.
It's a choice.
It's a choice.
It was a strat. It's not looking too good because it's not like they have a whole heck of a lot of things going their way for them anyways in terms of that boat and resources to get to land. But if you're going down together.
And that's what's important, right? That is
Power
what
of friendship.
is important until next season, where 3 of them get picked up and leave or go to different teams. But for now,
What?
I just say, ignore that. Roster Royale, you heard about it. Power of friendship. Let's see what Team Queso can do with their power of friendship on the West Bridge. They got a nice little position. We see loops across the way. They're going to be able to leapfrog ahead of AGG. So AGG, let's see how they respond to loops over here, gatekeeping the bridge on the west.
Look, I mean, Team Queso knew what they wanted. They want eliminations. They want to focus on that positioning and being the ones to control that rotation. You're going to have a ton of teams looking to make their way on over there. And for All Glory Gaming, you kind of got to loop on up and decide how we're going to not only approach this bridge where Team Queso is, but you have to get through loops as well. For Twisted Minds, they're going for the other bridge. We are going from the north towards the south, straight towards 9Z, Team Liquid, and even VIP.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to really see how these bridges play a factor in game number 6. Looks like AGG didn't want that smoke with loops, and they're probably going to rotate all the way to that east bridge. Little do they know there's going to be like 4 other teams over there as well. So we'll see what AGG ends up accomplishing with their rotate. They might even just send in the water and swim across. So I'm really looking at like Alpha7 and Primorsk. We got X Factor south of Gatka. We got IG Intense Game out there in the blue as well. I'm really feeling like both Team Liquid and Team Queso, with their current positions, could really rack up some eliminations here in the final game of the evening, just based on their position alone.
Ooh, well, Twisted Minds, they had that 12 elim win over there on Sandhawk, and I would love some good moments for them to kind of staple off their day and maybe not allow Team Queso to get into third place overall on the standings. So finding where they've put themselves, we knew this bridge was going to be the next big issue for a lot of our rosters, especially with a lot of teams maybe trying to set their sights on approaching them this way. But Team Liquid, who needs to have a good day, who gets a favored drop, a play zone that comes to them, now you just got to see. They're already on the outsides. 9Z is going to be the biggest threat to Twisted Minds.
9Z, Choco, DP. 6 times. Going to be taking some shots down range. Wow. Next circle just completely yoinks out there to the east side. And, well, the teamwork from NRG, the boat Tate, they're going to be docking in Nova, who is one of the main focal points now in the new circle for what is.
And you were a hater.
I was hating.
A hater.
I was hating, and they're still big vibing. Talking about big vibing. VIP. Vibing back to the lobby right there from 9Z at the top of the radio tower.
Well, they're able to get a trade right on back. So one knock on either side of 9Z and VIP, but this high ground could be a little too much to try and deal with, especially when you see the other players across the roadway. How do we kind of hit that gap? The pressure's on, they're taking shots, but we still have the off angles here.
Not a lot of ammo for Senatexa. That's the UMP and the M4. Going to be a challenge here if 9Z do decide to stay up there on that high ground. Yes, it's a good position, but if you have no ammo... Whoa, Loops, they're laying out spike traps here with the bridge camp. I want to see them play this one out. I would love to see that. Now, the blue zone is going to be closing in. We need we need a spike trap cam. We need a spike trap cam in the lower corner because we see X Factor. They're going to be making their way across the bridge, maybe even AGG. So even if Loops decide to reposition and play the zone, those spike traps are 1000% going to ruin somebody's day here. And that is not something you see a lot of, Tiff, in competitive, is players with the 500 IQ spike trap play.
You got to use what you've got. And honestly, with only 2 bridges being in, and if you do that on the one, but X Factor, we've seen how crazy they have been to fight against, but 7 opens it up, grabs a knock, grabs a full, and we set our sights back on FS, Caprice Falls. Honestly, X Factor might not be able to survive this. AGG is picking them apart. Havlik, though, we've talked about how strong of a fragger they are for that roster, just a bit too far back.
Yeah, Havlik is sending it across the bridge. Will he run over the spike traps? Melgar going to be following right behind in the buggy. Hopefully Havoc is able to spot out those spike traps because they are going to pop out of nowhere. Navy SEAL is going to be piling in right behind the bridge as well. Oh my goodness. So many teams over here on the West Bridge just trying to survive here, Tiff, with the blue zone right on their tail. And to make matters worse, I see in the minimap, Inco Gaming are going to be looking to rotate in this area as well. Just so many squads using this West Bridge. And what a challenging match number 6 this is going to be, honestly, for a lot of these teams, especially those on the west side.
Well, we've had some crazy pulls throughout our time on these maps in day 11, and it's been a trying series for a lot of our teams here, but for the ones that have excelled, it's been nice to see. For Alpha7 in particular, they would have had one of the biggest rotations. They've already gotten onto the military base island, but they're still trying to get from the west towards the east. And with all of our squads still up in the lobby and not a lot of playable space, I can only imagine we're going to lose out on 4 or 5 teams here shortly.
Ooh, David from the Vicious. Oh, that's good right there, David, with a solid grenade onto Fate, one of the clutch players this evening from NRG. That's going to open up the potential for the push, and that is exactly what the Vicious are doing.
Rolling all in. You said they were taking the shoreline over here after the boat resurfacing, but you pick up one. Reyes gets knocked on their side. Can we hit the pickup? We should be able to focus on this because it's not like Spec is pushing the issue over here.
Rosen getting that clutch pickup. Asper trying to reposition within grenade range. Spec with the UMP as well. But 24K in their own little 1v1 over here on the dock. trying to avoid getting blown up. Pickup was successful on the side of the Vicious.
Too bad.
Casper's done. The crossfire right there should be it for Casper. Oh. Never mind.
Turning some things
Yeah,
around.
never mind.
Reyes, Davi down. Bruno's in down as well. Not fooled just yet. So you're on to the last player. And here comes 24K with the peak. And goodbye. Wow, that is so unfortunate. Vicious falls as well as a couple others. Like I said, they were going to start crumbling. We don't really have a lot of space to claim.
Definitely felt like the Vicious had the upper hand there, especially with the initial knock. But there goes NRG just showing their competitive experience and not folding under pressure. So GG's to them as Influence Rage, another squad that has been a hot topic here tonight. 4 eliminations. They're going to be right here in the southern part of the play zone. Going to be looting some crates, looking ahead. Loops finally making their approach into the edge as well. Nice little high ground position. We see them scoping in. Inco going to be trying to backfill Loop, so we might have those two squads fight. But now Nova no longer in place, so NRG, VIP, Twisted Minds, they're going to be fighting for that low ground most likely on the east side. That's going to be a bloodbath, Tiff.
It really is. That's my staple. That's exactly what I want. If we're going to have a Game 6 Erangel, our last one of the day, let it be sheer chaos. However, I will see Team Liquid has all 4 members up, which is to no surprise considering they were gifted this play zone. Inco, our first winners of the day, still trying to kind of figure out how they're going to get out of this western side. They've got the blue at their back, and as soon as they pop out of the vehicle, we already go under fire. We lose out on some wheels. You've got some rogue players from Loops in the distance.
Yeah, that high ground from Loops really going to play spoiler here. And Inco just trying to survive as long as possible. They got split up on that rotate, and now it looks like they're going to be sending it towards Alpha7, the top dog of tonight's lobby. They have been popping off, and they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. Still with 4 up with 2 eliminations. Make that 3. And Carrillo get into a position to really toss this Molotov or toss this grenade inside of that bunker. Really flush out the rest of the squad mates from Inco.
Still keeping my eyes on it for Alpha7 wanting to get involved. You know that they came into this map with one mission: to get to the top of the leaderboard. And they only had a couple of points to make that happen. If they can kind of squash out the rest of Inco Gaming here in Revo, elsewhere still picking up eliminations onto Loops, who had the angles onto Inco.
Inco is just trying to survive right now. Really gonna be stuck. Afioso cooking some grenades. A7 also handling Loops on the high ground, trying to poke them away to allow Alpha7 some room to really squeeze in here and get some grenades. Looks like Inco gonna be tossing all their utility when it comes to smokes, trying to get these grenades uphill. Really push Alpha7 back here, maybe get a initial knock. Carrillo's cooking one grenade himself. Gonna get the trade. Meanwhile, in the elimination feed, Loops and Influence Rage, 2 squads that we've been discussing all night long. Looks like Influence Rage are getting the better half of Loops, but it's not done yet. Tiff, we got multiple fights happening on multiple fronts right now. Game 6, it is what it is. It's intense. Mafioso catching a grenade right there from Wancho.
Not what you want, especially when the full comes right after it. Carrillo, though, the Skynades incoming, still cannot get them out of the bunker. And knowing that we're down to 3, at least we have 3 eliminations to go alongside it. But until we can figure out a way to rip them out from the interiors, I don't see that happening.
Oh, Grella going to be popping up, taking some shots with the M4, but really needs to be cautious of his backside. We still got Ravina from Loops going to be up there on the high ground. Alpha7 going to be giving this one up, letting Inco survive just a little longer, repositioning. We'll fight another day. is what they're saying. Team Liquid here on the opposite edge of the play zone on the east side. They're going to be dealing with Influence. They're going to be dealing with VIP and also AGG. So Team Liquid still in it, Tiff.
It's not over till it's over. They could make a comeback. They can hold on to the top of the leaderboard if they play this one to the Team Liquid strats. That we know, but Influence Rage trying to hit that rotate. We grab one. This is going to be epic for them to finally start putting those points on the board.
Diego still alive, able to survive just a little longer.
No.
Gonna be a Loops, I believe, with the third party. Chief should be able to block Ayala with these vehicles, get the pickup, toss out some smokes here. Loops, they're inching a little closer. They're still in their vehicles. We see them in the mini map in the top right hand corner, all focus firing this vehicle. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. But over here, Furia looking to take the fight, not just with one team, Alpha7, but also right behind them, you got Inco and Team Queso.
Just everyone collapsing. It's like a frenzy in this lobby, and Team Queso is getting absolutely worked by Inco. For Furia trying to pick up the remnants of Alpha7. VIP Esports has fallen, and now is Alpha7. Team Liquid also. But did they do enough to jump ahead? Because Alpha7 had 4 eliminations, but Team Liquid picks up one. I don't think so. I think we are still going to have Team Liquid on top at the end of the day.
Absolutely wild here. Last game of the evening to kickstart our week 3. Diego popping in their buggy, looking to reposition. Going to be spotting out Melgar. We're in the smokes. Diego trying to get the run over, recognizing the pull up from Adrian, popping back out with the DBS. But was ran over in the end right there. AGG Adrian getting another elimination for the squad here. Game 6.
It's proven to be one for the making here, down to the top 7. 9Z, the only team with all 4 players left standing. And Twisted Minds, they are just getting pieced apart. Can Federal keep them alive, right? I don't think we're getting a res on Rataboy. I think this is where we just go on off on our lonesome and just try to find some rank points.
Yeah, trying to survive just a little longer. Going to be pre-firing, trying to mow down the grass. We saw the smokes out there in the distance. It does look like Loops are going to be pulling off. But over here, Inco and Abete trying to pick up Wancho without being grenaded themselves. Furia trying to flush them out. Looks like the revive was successful. And Abete going to be backing up the buggy here just a little bit. Looking to reposition, but Furia being proactive here on the edge. 7 eliminations, make that 8. Furia popping off this game. 6, 9 total eliminations for this team.
That's a big deal for Furia, especially with the way Furia and Loops have been bouncing back and forth from each other today. And Loops, though, still having a good game. They're also on 6 eliminations. You see where they've situated around that play zone from the south. AGG, dead center, controlling all of it. However, they're only down to 3 for Team Queso. 9Z, we already talked about it. They've got all 4 members left standing, and we just keep giving up these angles, letting that shoulder be peaked. And now 9Z senses there's an issue here, and this is the last player standing, and he's gone.
See ya!
He's gone.
He's gone. 5 teams remain. We got Loose, we got AGG, we got 9Z, we got Furia, and a solo from Twisted Mind. So 9Z, they picked up the cell tower real early on. They held it down. Now they're showing up to the late game. My question is, what is their utility looking like? What is the ammo count looking like? How are we holding up here, fellas? I see a lot of level 1 vest. Not a lot of grenades, not a lot of Molotovs. So hopefully they have the arsenal to back it up here and get this winner chicken dinner. But Furia are on a steamroll this game, Tiff.
You need to be exactly on that. But you have to have maybe Loops falling for those 2. It is the battle of attrition after this day. Currently focused on one another. Only 1 point separating them. Furia still able to edge out Loops Esports, but you can see they've moved in right next to each other. 9Z, though, and AGG still focused on one another.
Adrian tossing a grenade with the fadeaway. Looking to connect onto 9Z. Also being cautious of their backside. Don't want to overextend, but Adrian knows that there's some more potential points right over that hill. Last one alive for AGG. Now here comes Loops in the south, pulling up just a little bit. Adrian might have lost his window. I'll have to get back to that.
Still trying to move on in, and if he doesn't get into that vehicle,
Okay.
you know they're getting crushed. Instead, it's a drive-by, and he rips them on out of it. Just like that, Twisted Minds done and dusted, down to our final 4 teams.
Final 4, final game to kickstart week number 3. Nino out here from Loops with the drive-by MG3. There goes AGG, taken out with 7 eliminations. 9Z still on the high ground. Showing up with 4. They're going to start to spread their wings just a little bit, get a little more terrain underneath their belt here. More sight lines. Furia going to be playing grouped up right there on the edge as a trio. And of course, Loops across the road. So Furia going to be making their way up this hill ever so slightly. 9 eliminations going their way. I believe 9Z might be aware there's going to be a team right on the other side here as Urgod's going to be looking in this direction. Gonna make sure they don't push over that fill for free. Crest over. 3 teams to go, Tiff. Next circle goes up. 9Z Loops in it.
All right, well, Furia's got to move. They've got to get closer. 9Z can easily take angles on them, but Loops and Furia are absolutely mirrored in terms of their eliminations here. Neck and neck. Something is going to break. After this game number 6, we will see who is able to edge one another out. But for 9Z, you can just see X Factor only about 15 or so points ahead of them. So a solid winner-winner chicken dinner, and getting those 10 points from the win would benefit them so much.
Without a doubt. Huge game here. Game 6. Urgod 9Z pulling up. Going to be using this US for cover. Right smack in between the US and the boulder here. Hitting those last minute heals, preparing for the battle that's to come. We're in stage 7, so we do have some more time to work with. All 3 of these squads can really pump the brakes just a little bit. Nino going for some bait shots over there.
Don't hate it. It's still 2,100 damage for the roster on your screen. The most of anyone in our lobby thus far. The only one close to them would be 9Z, and that's a 400 damage differential for them. That high ground that 9Z has, man,
big.
is just, it's so much.
Big. Gonna be a care package dropping right on top of Loops. Yeah, they definitely needed that. You said how much damage? Over 2,000?
Bet. Let's have some more, shall we?
Yeah, hey, take a level 3 gear. Why don't you here? You can have it. I believe if... no, I was going to say if Loops win this game... No, they're 42 points behind Influence Rage. But if they win this game, regardless, they'll set them up in a great position rolling into tomorrow. Closing that gap on the overall for sure.
Just patience. That's all we can see. Not any one of our teams wanting to like push the issue from anyone else. I mean, Artur's in here, 2 frags, Amalia in the pocket, 3 frags. What we've seen is just waiting to close the gap. Let these teams get closer and closer, and then you start lobbing the frag grenades to let them do the brunt of the damage.
Stage 8, so that means stage 9 goes dead center. Dead center, and we see it's going to be at the low ground right over this ledge with the tree. Not a lot of room to work with, and there goes Silence. Going to be knocked out. But the pickup going to be happening here. 9Z not looking to push it. Oh, I take it back. Urgod popping in the US, pulling up within grenade range here, Tiff.
See? We knew this was going to happen. It was only a matter of time. Still, 9Z with that 44% win rate. The question is, how many eliminations do they have? But The way that just went down is insane for 9Z. 2 members of Furia down, but of course we're going to answer back with some nades of our own. We don't want to go down without a battle.
And now here comes Loops just pushing up within grenade range themselves, trying to third party this one, leaving it not to chance, but to their own doing. Silence was picked up, going to be tossing a smoke, has a Molotov in the hand, looking for the last minute revive onto Kowalski. Fortunate for them, 9Z pulled back just a little bit after receiving some shots from the third party over here from Loops.
Thought this would happen, especially if 2 are already fighting. Loop so healthy, just has to play cleanup and spoiler to the other 2, and with the vehicle trying to close the distance, but we just get ripped on out of it. You thought you were being sneaky and that you had some cover there, and just like that, 9Z starts to stack the favor in their hands.
And Atexa putting a stop to that one. We got a 2v2v2 here. 3 teams remain. Game 6. Week 3, 9Z, Furia, and Loops.
Still trying to use these angles of the high ground, though. You know, if that's all you've got and you can just keep out of line of sight for as long as possible, sure. But Furia, we really need to deal with Loops across the way. It's going to be the battle of you 2 on the overall standings in the final match. But Loops going to get the best of you for now, and that nade should finish you off. And Loops, I think they might have bested Furia and held on to that. We'll see. Because Furia had 10 eliminations, Loops on 12. Now, this duo has to figure out a way to unseat the duo of 9Z.
Up. Cooking it. Is it good? Blowing up.
Just a bit short.
Just a short here. I like what they're doing, though. They got the entry fragger up here with the P90 within grenade range, and then the Guardian Angel right behind, making sure they got room to really maneuver over here. Oh, we're flashed. We can't see nothing. Here comes the downward push from 9Z, but the support from behind, that's going to be Loops with another winner. 14 elimination chicken dinner. Let's
Look,
go.
That's better than our match 3. That is better. We won match 3, Aaron Gale, with 10 eliminations. So to extend out on what we've already accomplished, that makes 2 squads here to have 2 separate wins. Loops Esports and Alpha7 had such a dynamic day.
Yeah, shout out to 9Z as well. 7 eliminations, end the game right there. Second place, a huge come up for them. And Furia trying to be one of the teams within that grasp, right, of the cutoff, the 5th place here, Reflection. So this was a really solid game for teams that really needed some points here on the overall tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it sets up a couple rosters very well going into their bonus point stays. Today was dominated from Alpha7's perspective and Loop's perspective, right? A7 winning 2 maps today, Loops winning 2 themselves, and Loops continues to impress us each and every week, Tiff. You know, they've been a big talking point throughout the fall season, and more specifically started towards the start of week number 2, but it's nice to see them, you know, consistently improving. They're on the upward trend. They continue to do so well. So if I'm Influence Rage, who's going against their double points tomorrow, or maybe on Furia, or you know, any of the rosters is above them, you can even throw Team Queso into the mix. I start to worry about this Loops roster. I start to think about how can I shut them down, because honestly, they look too powerful.
Yeah, they're looking really good in terms of eliminations. They're on par with the top 5, just 4 eliminations shy of where Influence Rage currently sits. And they've already kind of cut the gap between them and Influence Rage in half today. So if you play your cards right, say this performance happens on a day that Loops Esports is on their double points day, this is a completely different story. Like, we are into the top 5 with certainty. So if there's someone that we need to keep apprised of, especially if you want to solidify yourself in the top 5. If I'm Team Queso, Influence Rage, I am not comfy. And I'll even go so far to say even Twisted Minds up there in 3rd place. The difference isn't that much. 47 points separating them and Loops.
Yeah, only 40 points. It's not a lot. I mean, that's been covered quite easily in just one game on a bonus points day. This is such a, I think, a wake-up call, right? We're still on week number 3 at the start of week 3, Dave, but it comes to show you there are rosters outside of Alpha7, outside of Team Liquid or Influence Rage, right, that are on the come up, that are challenged in top 5 position, and it's becoming more competitive. I say that each and every day, but it really is. I mean, Loops pulls off a 24-point game.
Yeah.
Not on their double points. That's huge.
Nope. Yeah, it's huge. And Loops, specifically, I mean, this game, they almost hit 3K total damage done. But this team, as a whole, they are so good at using their utility, right? And specifically smokes. This last game, they used 30 smokes. And those smokes really allow them to maneuver and reposition, especially in these late game engagements where there's just not a lot of cover. So gotta give props to Loops and their utility usage here. With 14 eliminations, they got not one, but 2 winner chicken dinners here tonight as well. So we came into tonight saying how week 3 today specifically is all about setting your team up for success, getting warmed up, getting a feel for the week 3 lobby. Loops warmed up. Top 5 team at the end of this week? I think so. I'm gonna say it right now. All right, top 5 end of this week. Hold me to it, Reflections. Hold me to it.
I'm holding you to it. I believe you, and I honestly am hopping on the bandwagon as well. Tiff, Alpha7 officially in first place for the first time in the fall season. They did so by going through it on a Wednesday without double points, covering a 50-plus point gap. They now lead by 9 points over Team Liquid. Team Liquid does not finish in the top 3 all day long.
That's crazy. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to do it. I honestly thought Team Liquid might have just barely held on, but coming into that last game with that 2-point differential, Alpha7 able to do enough. And you look at the elim difference, right? There's not too much separating them. It's the placement points. It's Alpha7's being consistent to go the distance and set themselves up for endgame that really allowed them to start putting the gap between them and Team Liquid.
You know, the thing is, Alpha7 Team Liquid have a tremendous lead over even that of Twisted Minds, who's in 3rd place. So their PMGC slot is not up for grabs. It's not at risk. However, it does come to show that rivalry, Dave, that started in the spring season between TO and Alpha7 is still very much alive, even though it took Alpha7 a little bit to get to this point. They've now made it, and you've claimed they're not giving it up the entirety of fall season.
I'm making a lot of bold claims here. I know. Alpha7 first place end of the season. Team Liquid top 5. Loops top 5. Bold. And what it is PMSL spring. Alpha7, they held first place, I believe, for the majority of the tournament. Come the last week, Team Liquid started to pick up steam. The last day, Team Liquid had their double points day, and that is when they overthrew Alpha7 for that first place. So Alpha7, they want revenge, all right? They're looking at this season, and they're trying to play the Uno reverse card onto Team Liquid and overthrow them for the America's #1 champ. So you love to see that rivalry kind of going back to your point.
Now, without a doubt, you do, and it's going to be fun to see how the rest of this week and next week is going to unfold. Now, just one last topic. We focus our conversation onto tomorrow. You know, Thursday, Group A's double points day. Tiff, going into it, we're looking at Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP, and The Vicious, which this group has typically done very well in their double points, but let's look at the math, right? X Factor, they are now 129 points away for breaking into the top 5. The Vicious, 74 points away. VIP's way down there, 224 points away, but they've still got double points. And then Influence Rage are barely holding on to 5th place. Loops just behind us. So Spider Tip, tomorrow is a big day for 3 rosters. How do you think they do?
Hopefully Influence Rage does what they need to in order to really bolster themselves inside the top 5. We knew we saw some good moments of fragging potential throughout them. It just really overall wasn't the best performance for them today. It wasn't most likely the worst performance because we're still in the top 5, right? That's all that matters. But if you have your double points, you cannot let them go to the wayside. And of course, I'll be here to see exactly what they do. But you mentioned it, the Vicious, right? They're not too far back. 74 points is easily obtainable on a double points day.
Yeah, it is. Within 2 games as well. I mean, if you're really popping off in those 2 games, it's possible. See how it unfolds. Dave, I see your smile there. What's your final words before we get out of here, man? It was a great day.
Yeah, I was just looking at the groups. Yeah, hey, I'm a believer like you, sure. But Tiff, Great casting with you today, and I love that we really got to see all of Reflection's jacket collection
Yes.
today. It was a great day.
I don't think I've ever changed. I felt like Taylor Swift. I'm just changing outfits literally nonstop, man. You know, it's like a performance. It was kind of crazy. I probably won't do it ever again. So I hope you two enjoyed it.
One-time
Tiff,
thing.
what's your
Thank
final
you.
words before
I
we
did.
get out of here?
I really hope that's not the last time we see all the jacket changes. You just need to get like a little thing in the back that just hangs all your jackets up so you can just be prepped and ready and switch them for certain teams. Maybe we'll get some logos added so you can be a little fanboy over there. But no, overall, it was a really solid day. Like, I'm excited. I finally get to jump into some PMSL action, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow because we're kicking those double points off for week 3.
That's right. Well, I do have a thing back there, Tiff. It's a closet, and my closet it has all my stuff behind me, which is great.
It makes sense now.
Makes it, you know, it's not as easy as changing and going into a locker in a game, but it still works. It's a bit more effort, but it was fun. Now, hey, Tiff, Dave, it was great working with the both of you today. Day number 11 has come to a close. However, we've got more days remaining. Day number 12 is tomorrow at 5 Eastern time. Group A going for their double points performance. How many bonus points will they earn? Some big stories happening there. Influence Rage trying to hold on, right? You look at X Factor, Vicious trying to break into top 5. They've got a bit of a gap, but they're looking to do it. Let's find out how well they do tomorrow, and I hope you guys join us at 5 Eastern time. But for myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Spider, Tiff, Dave, as well as you in chat, thank you for being here. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Use the hashtag PMSL Americas and be back tomorrow for day number 12, 5 Eastern. We'd love to have you.
Trying to use their utility, but McGrellin with the MG3, the squad wiper, letting it rip. Big grenades right there onto Mafioso. Another one. So Inco taking out 2 members right now of Alpha7.
Oh, but this is starting to look pretty good for them. And you can just imagine when you finally lock it in like that. Winner, winner, chicken. We know Alpha7 can't hit their shots in bushes.
Yeah. Got the Tommy gun. Federal was able to make it to the bush. Obscure gonna be popping the trap from behind, but immediately traded on. Federal, the last one alive in the smokes, popping up with the Tommy gun, strafing back and forth. But Alpha7 coming out on top for a winner chicken dinner game.
2 players down. Navy Seals down to 1, but it seems like he might just take the mantle into his own hands. He knows the angle that he's at, chucks through a grenade, throwing grenades to Loops, and he connects for Navy Seals.
Got him right there at the end. The solo from Loops.
A 2v1 situation here. Can Furia trend this back into their own way? Doesn't look likely. Too much damage. You hit the reload, you're still going from distance, but it's Twisted Minds that converts here on Sandhawk. Shots are connecting. Cole, wow, okay, now I see it. See exactly why you've been a threat, but McGrellin with an arm on him, oh my God.
I think Mafioso has an AWM as well, sending it up close and personal. Rebo with the shotgun, taking out Poppy Potro, leaving just one more Team Queso member, and that's gonna be it. Alpha7 with a winner chicken dinner. I like what they're doing though. They got the entry fragger up here with the P90 within grenade range, and then the Guardian Angel right behind, making sure they got room to really maneuver over here. Oh, we're flashed. We can't see nothing. Here comes the downward push from 9Z, but the support from behind, that's gonna be Loops with another winner.